and 1.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Utah Wildlife Board to order this Thursday morning, April 29th, 2021 at 9 a.m. I'm going to start with the roll call of the board. Kevin Albrecht.
Here.
Randy Dirth.
Here.
Donnie Hunter.
Here.
Carl Hurst.
Here.
Wade Heaton.
Here.
Brett Selman.
Here.
Next, I'm going to go with the rack chairs. Justin Oliver.
Here.
Brock McMillan.
Here.
Braden Richmond.
Here.
Tricia Hedin.
Here.
Brett Prevadell.
Dan Abeta filling in for Brett Prevedel.
Thanks, Dan.
You bet.
Yeah, just stop it.
This time I'll ask for approval of the agenda for today.
Does Randy, I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
The agenda is approved. I'll ask for approval of the minutes.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes.
No
Thanks, Kevin. Donnie the second. Call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
Brett Selman.
Yes.
Our next item is the old business action log. Kevin, is there anything on there you'd like to discuss?
Yes, I believe today, agenda item number 15, technology survey will be part of our action log, and so we will have part of that today.
Okay. So that's everything then, Kevin?
Yeah.
With that, we'll proceed with the balance of our agenda, which is our DWR update. Rory, do you want to give us an update?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, board members and Regional Advisory Council chairs. Update, our big game draw results will be posted by the end of May. Our antlerless applications will run from May 27th until June 17th. Last year, we set record numbers of people participating in both hunting and fishing. And this year, we are seeing the same trend continuing. From our fisheries program, we have roughly 150,000 tiger muskie that will be stocked in Utah waters. And this is a result of our excellent work from our hatchery folks and also from our biologists in our regional offices as well. This is the first time we've been able to produce and have that many muskie, and the program is working really well. With funding from the Watershed Restoration Initiative, the Habitat Council, sportsmen's groups, conservation permits, and many of our partners, we were able to put over $30 million into on-the-ground projects this year. That's substantial, and in the sportsmen and the people of the state, it will certainly see benefits from that for a long time into the future. The Book Cliffs Working Group, year one vegetation and water projects are almost complete with 16 new guzzlers, 3 new ponds, 14 pond cleanouts, and 450 acres of range restoration treatment. The year two for vegetation and water projects were almost completely funded. They will begin July 1st, and they will include 15 new guzzlers, 25 pond cleanouts, and 800 additional acres of pinyon juniper treatment. We are in the beginning stages of the water development or developing the watershed scale restoration for the Strawberry River area that was burned as part of the Dollar Ridge fire in 2018, and that will begin this year as well. The Northern Region Habitat Crew has been working to increase water availability to bighorn sheep on the Newfoundland Mountains with 2 new guzzlers that were installed in 2019 and 2020. 12 sites have been selected and cleared for NEPA on the southern half of the range, and we'll proceed to do water developments there as well. Even with the recent rains this year is going to be tough due to drought conditions, and we will continue to monitor that closely and report back to the regional advisory councils and to the board on what's happening there and how that is impacting wildlife populations. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thanks, Rory. That $30 million is a lot of money. I hope it goes a long ways. It sounds like it will, especially with the drought that we're looking forward to. This come out. I guess we're not looking forward to it, but it's coming this year, and that will help mitigate a lot, I hope, now and into the future. Could you summarize the comments on our first agenda item number 5, buck deer permit recommendations?
Yes. We had 34 comments received on this. We had 18 that agreed, which was 53%, 11 that disagreed, which was 32%, and 5 that were neutral. Some of the major themes that came out of this is there was general support for the decrease in the permits, or in other words, what we were proposing was recommended. There was general support for that. There was comments that were received that we should consider mandatory reporting on all harvests. And I think that issue has come up before on other issues, feeling that there's a need for additional information, and mandatory reporting on harvest may help with that. There were some comments concerning changing the hunt unit sizes as well. Maybe some of them should be smaller, some of them should be larger. Should we review the existing unit boundaries and see if modifications may be warranted? And there was also some comments, and here again, these came up in some others as well, that permit numbers should be determined prior to the close of the application process. And I think you've heard that before. And I'd like to just make a general comment as well. As we go through this, you will see that there's really not a lot of public comments that have been submitted online. And I think that is not something to be too concerned about. Studies have shown that whenever the public largely supports what is being proposed, or they're comfortable with what is being proposed, they generally do not comment. So you tend to see a low number of responses as a result of that. So just keep that in mind as we go through this, that yeah, we're seeing a fairly low number of comments compared to what we may have expected or what we may have seen in the past, but we can attribute that to largely people being comfortable with what is being proposed. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rory. I think with all the comments we had at all the racks, which was quite a bit on these items, because these are the biggest items we deal with every year, is our hunting for deer and elk. Everybody, the numbers keep going up for people that want to participate. With the number of tags that we sell and people apply, it keeps going up every year. So I think you're right, Rory. People are making their comments heard. And a lot of comments come directly to members of the board and members of the RAC that don't use the process too. So I think we're on the right track. So any questions from the Wildlife Board? Any questions from our RAC members? None? This time we'll start with RAC motion summaries from the RAC chairs. Justin, do you want to be first?
Sure. We had our first motion was made to there was a letter that went out from SFW that they asked that we drop the number of tags, an additional 600 permits on the Manti for a total of 7,500 permits. We had a motion for just that to drop the permits by 600. That motion on the Manti, that motion failed for lack of a second. Our second motion was to accept the numbers as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Justin. Randy?
Give me Brock.
Brock, excuse me, Brock.
You're good. I get that all
I was
the
looking
time.
at Randy, so.
Hey, so we discussed a lot of topics on this, including that recommendation for a 600 tag reduction. After talking to Rusty, the regional biologist, we moved to approve the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Anything else, Brock, on this?
Nope, that's it.
Braden Richmond.
Yeah, we had 3 motions here. So the first motion was to decrease the number of general season buck deer permits on the Manti unit by the additional 600 permits. And that did pass unanimously in ours. The next motion was to ask the division to provide a summary of all permits issued on each unit in one place, and that the information be made available to the public and the RAC and board meetings in April of each year. And just to clarify what that's asking for is, and this has been a request in our RAC several times, to just see, per unit, all the tags issued through the draw, through the landowners, through the CWMU. So you can really see the summary of how many total tags will be on each unit. So that was the motion, and that passed unanimously. And then finally, there was a motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented, and that passed 10-1. The one opposing vote is just concerned about the number of conservation permits, and we'll see that surface again in a later agenda item also.
Thanks, Braden. Tricia?
So we had 2 motions. We had one that parrots what other individuals are saying to reduce the general season buck deer permits on the Manti from 8,100 to 7,500. And then we had another recommendation to leave the general season buck permits on the San Juan unit static, so to keep them at last year's numbers. And we accepted the remainder of the recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Brett? Excuse me.
Sure. You're fine, Byron. Yeah, Dan Abate
Hey,
here.
Dan, go ahead.
Filling in for Brett Prevodale in the Northeastern region. We had a lot of good discussion. When it came down to it, there were 2 motions made, similar to a couple of the other regions. There was a motion to reduce the number of deer permits on the Manti LaSalle by 600, and that motion did pass. I think it passed 9 in favor and 1 abstained from that vote. The other motion was to pass the remainder of the proposal, and that went through unanimously, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, I would like to follow up with Braden talking about the motion from the southern region on the summary of the permits. Wondering if someone from the division can talk to us about that, or what that would look like, and if there's a reason why that wouldn't be recommended.
Hi, Kevin, this is Justin Shannon. I might be able to take a stab at that. We're not opposed to being transparent. The one challenge that we do see is when we send out a big long list of permits that have conservation permit and expo and public draw permits all at the same time. We didn't want to confuse the RACs as to what they were actually voting on. And if you remember, we'll have in the summertime, we'll bring through the wildlife board a list of expo permits that are approved, and then every 3 years, excuse me, we bring through a list of conservation permits that are already that get approved by the board, and then we do our public draw permits annually in the spring. And so we've had these conversations internally. Our intent is to be transparent, and in addition to that, we also are trying to explore ways to present that information without having the racks think that they're approving or voting on expo or conservation permits once again. I think one thing that we may be able to do to prevent that in the future is simply post something on our website. So that way rack members don't feel like they're voting on information that has already been approved by this board. And so I think that to me makes the most sense. And so it's something we're working on, and we can get something sent out in the future.
Thanks, Justin. I think good point, but in that, just that, some of those have been pre-approved. And so if you do, I think it's important to hear the southern region, but I think it's important to do it in a way that the racks don't confuse that they're not voting on those permit numbers that have been approved at a different time.
Mr. Chair, could I comment on this?
Yes, Braden, go ahead.
Justin and I actually talked about this after our rack, and what he just presented, I think we'd be very comfortable with that. If that information is just available on the website. I do understand the concern of having it as part of the packet. And so, yeah, we'd be very comfortable if there was an easy place, even on the website, to go and find those all together. So that's all we're asking.
Justin, is that something that you could do?
Yeah, I think so. It's again, I think our intent is to be transparent, and I think it's something we can put together quite easily. So,
Justin, this is Carl. I think you're on the right track of it not being a vote material, packet material item. It just be a research item for people looking at specific units. I think you're on the right path.
Yeah, Justin, and that'd be the right place to put it. It's on your website so that everybody can see that. Was that your intention?
yeah, I think so. Either we'll put together a table on our website, or we might even be able to incorporate it into the hunt planner. And so as you're looking at up hunts, you can see what other permits are available on that unit. But we're still exploring it. Internally, we haven't made a final decision, but we will put something together that'll highlight those Conservation Expo and public draw permits.
Sure. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board on our first agenda item, buck deer permit recommendations?
Chairman, this is Carl. Could somebody, obviously Manti, it came up in all of the racks and we have a split decision on that. Could somebody, either the biologist or Covy, give us some information on that unit?
I think Guy's online, where it's a unit specific question. Guy, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can take that if you want. Our recommendation was based on our 3-year buck-deer ratio is right within objective currently at 16. And our fawn production jumped up last year. So when we projected to next year, it looked like we were going to be right within, if not a little bit high on the buck-doe objective. So that's why our recommendation was to remain the same at 8,100 permits.
As I've talked to people about this unit, it seems to be there are certain areas that are doing well, certain areas that are not doing as well, and then obviously we've got the desert. Is that the case?
Yeah, yes, that's true. The South Manti doesn't seem to be doing quite as well as the rest of the unit. We've identified that possibly cougar predation is acting on our adult survival. We have a top-down issue there in terms of predation on adults on the South Manti, and so we've addressed that in terms of change of the quota on cougar predation or cougar numbers on our. It's an unlimited quota, and on that, so we've looked at that. But this was more an issue of the buck-doe ratio, our fawn production, and what we projected it would be.
I got a question for Covy or Guy. This 600 permit reduction, where does that put you based on your formula and your recommendation? Does that take you outside of where you want to be, or is it still within?
That reduction in permits does keep us within that buck-doe ratio. So either one keeps us within that. It's just a little bit higher with the lower permit number, but both keep us within the objective.
Okay, thanks.
And then this Carl again, maybe somebody could speak to us about the Abajos. That was the other unit.
That would probably be me.
Thanks, Guy.
With the Abajos, it's kind of a little bit different situation. We reduced permits quite a bit last year, and we saw our buck-doe ratio increase. And with our original projections, it looked as the buck-doe ratio would be above the objective. And so we recommended bumping that up a little bit back to 2,200. Since that time, our recent figures on fawn survival have come in, and fawn survival was a little bit lower than we originally projected. But even within that, we adjusted the prediction or the projection sheets on that, and even within that, we'll still come within our buck-doe ratio objective with those numbers. We just was a little bit concerned. Our fawn doe ratio jumped up, our production jumped up quite a bit. So with that, we felt like it would bumping the permits a little bit this year would keep us from having to increase permits a little bit more next year. So that was just kind of it's a small increase, 150 permits. I felt like that would keep us within the objective, the new objective, which is a higher buck-doe ratio, but it would give us a little more opportunity on that unit.
Guy, what is that buck-to-doe ratio count on 2019? Is that tough conditions? I mean, that's a significant jump from 14 to 20.
Yeah, and that one's kind of a tough one to explain, because prior to that, we had been quite a bit above our buck-doe ratio. But we did have low fawn production for 2 years prior to that. Our fawn production had dropped down. It was typically in the mid 50s, and it had dropped down to, let's see, it was actually 32 in 2018 and 44 in 2019. So those lower fawn production numbers may have attributed to that lower buck-doe ratio in 2019. But then we reduced permits by 700 in 2020, and so we saw the buck-doe ratio jump back up.
Guy, this is Wade. I'm curious. There's quite a bit of private land, at least the real productive stuff there on that unit. On your counts, how much of your counts are actually done on that private land, or is any of it?
I don't have a percentage. We do some counts on that private land because a lot of those deer move off the mountain during that time. They spend most of the summer on the mountain, and then they're out there later when we're classifying. So we do count deer out there, but we have quite a bit. I would say maybe a third, because there's 2/3 of it that's outside of that private land that we count as well. And our buck-doe ratios are similar on those. We kind of watch that because we've noticed that over the years and want to be careful about that. So but we paid attention to that, and our buck-doe ratios are similar off that private land as they are on the private land.
Thanks. Carl, if I could, Tricia, would you remind us how your RAC voted on this increase issue?
Yeah, you bet. We voted unanimously on that issue to leave them static at last year's numbers, to not have that little bump.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, follow-up, Guy. So you said that fawn ratios come in a little bit late. And with those numbers, if you stay static like the Southeast region recommended, do you still stay within the buck to doe ratio?
Yes, we do. I think we had, let me pull that up, but I think we had 2 of the scenarios where we were within that and 1 above that, as I recall, when we added those new numbers. That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
So just to add to what Guy just said, I would say on the San Juan, on the Manti, bigger unit, more deer, obviously, and both solid recs within there. And when we reran the Abajos, it's still at the very top end. Like Guy said, under this increase, 2 of the, we run a couple different scenarios as far as harvest goes because it's not consistent. 2 of the 3 scenarios puts us outside the management objective. And what we're really trying to do is obviously maintain some opportunity in general season and not come back to the board with an increase of 450 or 500 next year. And this is one of the things that we committed as an agency that we would do is make the appropriate cuts. And then when the increases were appropriate, we'd do it too. It's not always easy. And I'm not saying that we're always right. What I am saying is that we're trying to make a recommendation to where it's an incremental increase more than overestimate and next year have to come back with a big increase.
Covy, just to clarify on that, currently our 3-year average is at 16. Is that what Guy said?
No, on the Abajos, it's at 17.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, and I think Carl brought that up, was that we had that year that we had at 14. And when that falls out, then our 3-year average is going to be quite a bit above that. So that's kind of one thing we need to watch as well.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, Byron, this is Donnie. I had some questions on the Henry Mountains, and I was able to get in touch with Covy. He done a great job in explaining what was going on over there, but the deer numbers are been going down pretty drastic. Anyway, we had a good conversation and talked about some things that we could do there to get that turned around, and I was really impressed at his comeback and what we can do to get that turned around. So I appreciate that conversation we had, and we're going to get that turned around and get that back where it belongs. So thank you, Covy.
Donnie, do you want to tell us what those ideas were?
Well, yeah, and there again, we've got some weather problems. We need some rain. The mountain's in pretty tough shape, but there's some projects that we're going to look at on our summer range to get that built back up. We need to get those deer back healthy. And then there's some things we can do with predators. We haven't been harvesting very many lions there. And we talked about some things that we can do to get some lion hunters over there to harvest some lions, and then maybe make sure we're getting a good, we're getting our coyotes taken care of with flying when we have good conditions. There again, we haven't had very good conditions there. So it's just kind of got onto us really fast. So hopefully the conditions will get better so we can take care of some coyotes and get that turned around. Those units, they're the best, so we need to keep them the best. And I think we're on top of that to get that turned around. So if anybody has any more questions, we'll, we can answer them, but I think we're on top of it, and we'll get it turned around.
Well, thanks, Donnie. We need to make a priority on that unit because it's one of only 2 premium limited entry mule deer units in the state. So I'm glad that you're staying in touch, and we just need to make sure that we follow through and something gets done down there to help out those deer on that mountain.
Byron, this is Wade. Can I ask Donnie or Covy a question? I looked at
Certainly.
buck to doe ratios and fawn to doe ratios and then the percent of bucks harvested that were at our target. But what is that total population doing? What's it done the last 5 years?
You want to answer that one?
Yeah. I think the region are probably best to answer that, but I can talk in generalizations. It's followed that buck doe ratio, Wade. So as we've seen harvest, as we've seen the ratio start to decrease, and we're harvesting the same amount, the population's just it's dropping, and we're watching it just go like this. And obviously, this is one of the best examples. When we talk to the public about buck harvest and populations are only related, and the bigger the population is, the more bucks we can harvest. We run extremely high buck doe ratios here, and the population is really struggling. No, that's a fact. I don't think any biologist or anybody on here would deny that the Henry's deer herd is struggling right now. Probably most highly related to nutrition, as we watch the peak of a nutrition flush and a fire explode and then come to an end. Also impacted, you hit nutrition, that's impacted by the end of a fire nutrition flush. In addition to that, extreme drought. And in addition to that, it is a hard unit to hunt predators on. It's kind of like it just gets hit with all three, man. We do care. We've got projects planned. It's an awesome unit, awesome place, special place, and we'll keep working on it.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I add a little bit to that? All right.
Excuse me, I had a jet going over, so it's on mute. But Covy, we
Okay.
need to get some incentives for people to go down there and hunt predators and stuff like that. I don't know if it's something you're looking at or you can do. If not, we get some of our conservation groups involved with that to, help bring that unit back to where it should be. We can't do a lot about the drought, but there's other things we can do. We need to be doing those. So thanks again. Any other questions from the board or comments?
I think Guy had something to add on that, Byron, if it's okay.
Certainly. Go ahead, Guy.
I was just going to kind of echo a little bit what Covy said, but also on your last comment about that. I was just down there last week on the Henrys, and there was a lion hunter out there, and he said he had come across quite a few different lion tracks, and he was working that pretty hard, and he was going to stay there. And I think that the word will get out that is a place where hunters can go, and it's got a good lion population. So hopefully that will happen. But the part that I was going to reiterate that what Covy said, we had after the fires, we had really high fawn production on the Henrys, higher than probably any of our other units in the region. And that persisted for a number of years. And that's why we saw that population increase. And actually, as biologists, we wondered when that was going to top out, when that was going to peak out and see it go down. And we were surprised how long that lasted. And then the most recent years where we've seen that go down, it's kind of what we expected with the succession of those plants after the burn. And so we expected to see that fawn production drop off, and it did by quite a bit. And that's why that population has declined as well. And so it's mainly a factor of fawn production, and which has affected our population growth there.
Well, basically, Mother Nature gives and takes away.
That's right. And, yeah, exactly. And we were, when I first started, we were worried about the low numbers of deer on the Henrys. They were so low that, we even transplanted deer over there because the numbers were so low. And then we had that fire. But production was typically very low on the Henrys. And after that fire, it was incredibly high. So it was a big difference in that unit.
Thanks, Guy. Any other questions from the board? Hearing no questions, I'll ask for a motion.
Do we need to make a motion on the summary of permits, or with Justin's explanation and they'll put it on the internet? Is that sufficient?
Justin, you want to answer that? Just
Kevin, we're fine either way. If you want to make a motion and that way it's documented, we can do it. And if not, we do it anyways. So I guess that's really more of a question up to the board, whether you want to formalize it or not, but it's on our radar. It's on our to-do list, and we'll find a way to get it done either way. So.
Thank you.
Kevin?
I would make a motion to decrease the 600 permit decrease on the Manti and keep the San Juan permits the same as last year.
Do we have a second to Kevin's motion?
Byron, I'll second that.
I have a second from Donnie. Call for a vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Motion passes.
This is Randy. Randy, I'd like to make a motion. We keep the San Juan Abajo tags the same as they were in 2020 at 2,050.
I think we just did that, didn't we?
Yes, that was part of my motion.
That was part of your motion. You had both of them together?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the remainder of the balance of the recommendations.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Byron. What?
Kevin?
I would second.
Your motion? Your second? Okay. Have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Chairman, this is Carl. Could I say something?
Yes, sir.
I fully supported moving the Abajos to an 18 to 20 unit. I support keeping the tag units or the tag numbers for one more year. But I really think we need to be careful that we watch this unit and we don't punch this up to an annual buck to doe ratio at 23, 24. We've done this on other units and it was painful when we needed to make the big cuts. So I think we've got a 14 buck to doe ratio in 19. When that drops off, we need to be ready for it. So I'm going to be watching this unit. I support what we just did, but I don't want to put this into another unit where we're annually managing it at $3 and $4 above the buck to doe ratio.
Hey, Carl, I think that's well stated. I watched our local rack and listened to some of the numbers that they ran. And for that reason, I supported it. But I think you have a very valid concern that we just moved this up and it needs to be for where it's at. So well said.
Well, the Southeast region needed an 18 to 20 unit. It needed it badly. I just don't want to push this outside of that realm. So I just encourage everybody to keep your eyes on it.
I'm sure we will, Carl.
Thank you.
And Guy, you give us a commitment?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Thanks, Guy. Any other comments? We'll move to our next agenda item. Number 6. Rory, you want to give us the updates from the public?
Sure. For the bull elk and pronghorn recommendations, we received 20 comments. 5 or 25% agreed with the recommendation. We had 7 or 35% that disagreed. We had 8 or 40% that were neutral. Some of the major themes that came that we received were the spike elk, dealing with spike elk hunting, was to reduce or eliminate spike elk hunting on the book cliffs. We received 4 comments concerning that. We had 3 comments that over concern of the general elk permits, not to increase that they felt like there were already too many hunters in the field. That's my summary.
Thanks, Rory. Any questions for Rory? Any questions from the board? Questions from the RAC? Start with the RAC motion summaries. Justin Oliver.
Yeah, in the Northern RAC meeting, there wasn't a lot of discussion on it. And so there was a motion made to accept both the bull elk and the pronghorn as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Thanks, Byron. We had quite a bit of discussion, Byron, and I would like to make a comment. I really appreciate the board having the work session where all the regions were able to present on the deer. And I would like to see something like that for the elk as well. I think it made the process so smooth that everybody was able to hear about each unit, how each unit was doing and why they came up with the recommendation that they did. And so, but anyway, with that, after quite a bit of discussion, we moved to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Brock. And that's something that the board can do, make that recommendation like you just suggested. So, Braden, you want to give us your summary?
Yeah, we had a motion to accept this as presented, and it passed unanimously. Similar to Justin, we actually didn't have a lot of discussion on this, a lot more on the first agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia?
Sorry about that. So we had just 2 things. First of all, I want to state that we had a really great discussion about the book cliffs and the issues that are going on in the book cliffs. And I really appreciate Kent and Dax and everybody that really was able to educate not just the board, but hopefully the general public as to, what's going on in the book cliffs. We did ask the board, this is just a motion, but just to make sure that they're watching the elk objectives closely in Bitter Creek and Little Creek, but Bitter Creek specifically. We did make a motion to ask the Wildlife Board to evaluate the timing of the application period so that people can see the permit numbers before they apply. And I know that you've already heard that comment this evening, and we accepted the rest of the recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, so in the Northeastern region, of course, there were some pretty significant reductions proposed for bull elk tags at the book cliffs. And whenever there's discussion about the book cliffs and bull elk, that always generates a lot of good, lively discussion. There were the division's proposal was presented, and that a motion was made to accept the proposal, and that passed 8 in favor, 2 opposed. I would add too, there were a couple of motions prior to that. One of those motions was to increase the number of youth elk, bull elk tags from 450 up to 750. I think is what it was. It was a 250 tag increase is what it was. So I guess it was up to 700. That motion did fail 3-7. A second motion was also made to increase the number of elk tags on the new Anthro Mountain Hams hunt that we talked about last fall, and that was to go from 40 tags up to 50 tags. That motion also failed 2 days. So just a couple of side motions there I wanted to mention. But yeah, the division's recommendations passed 8 in favor, 2 opposed in the Northeastern region.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions from the board? I think Brock made a good point that somebody wanted to do that, to make that a recommendation, that that working meeting that we had, I thought was very, very beneficial to us and everybody that was able to see that. So it's doesn't have to be that long or that like our initial one, that can be condensed down to more bullet points and stuff like that. But I think that's something that's think about doing in the future going forward. We get more information ahead of time to add to what we get, right after that meeting. So just something, my comment on that.
Chairman, this is Carl. I really like that mule deer one. That was a lot of work for the division because it was on a compressed timetable, trying to get all of the winter data and age data and everything back. So what I would encourage them is I would love to do it with elk and pronghorn also. Let's try to find a time when it might be less compressed. I don't know what that time is, but maybe Justin and Covy can figure that out. But I would love to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's great. I think anytime we can present the why behind the recommendation, and that's our goal. Our goal is to be as transparent as possible. But anytime we can present the why, the thought, the process, and what goes into it, it feels like we have more understanding with the public, with the board, with everybody. So it's a good thing. The timing, I think, Carl, you hit the nail on the head there. The timing would have to be considered. This was the deer work session was great, and it was a real strain on a lot of our staff. Mr. Chair, if it's okay, there is one mistake in the elk recommendations I would like to address, if that's all right.
Go ahead, Covy.
So coming back, we mentioned this, Kevin mentioned this in the first meeting about disclosing, all permits, and we do try to be open and honest, never hide anything, obviously. Expo permits are considered public draw permits, and they are presented at a different time. They're presented in August. And when we present those permits as public draw permits, the way the rule's written is that they cannot be additive. So they cannot add to what we present, which results in that they are deducted from public draw, which we're presenting now. We under allocated permits in one of the hunts, and that's the Little Creek Roadless hunt. So it had an expo permit that was presented in August. That permit's already been through the expo, and we then recommended 6 permits, which would mean that one of the hunts wouldn't have a permit in it. Now, so we're going to ask the board if they would be able to increase that from 6 total draw to 7 total draw permits, and it's just to account for that expo permit. That's all we're doing.
Thanks, Covy. Any other questions from the board?
I just like to tell Covy, hey, thanks for recognizing that and being honest. Saying, hey, I made a mistake, and add that in. It'd be sometimes just as easy not to say anything, and then a public permit hunter loses out. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
I got a question for someone. I don't know who it is, but had to do with the timing of the application period. We're getting a lot of comments wanting to be able to see what permits are going to be available before the application period begins. I know Lindy's several times she's presented the flow chart showing what all has to go through that process and the length of it, the timing it takes. But is there anything we can do to make that happen for the public, to where they actually see the permits available before they put in for them for the big game?
I'll take that one. Thanks, Randy. Actually, yes, we as a division are actually already looking into this. We're getting all the people involved that need to be involved, and we're hoping to bring back some dates to you guys at a later time for the 2023 big game application. so that we would have recommended permits during the big game application period.
No, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. Any other discussion or questions?
The only thing that I would bring up is it's a delicate balance because, just like Guy said, just recently they got some new information on fawn data, and so there's always a public perception and they want more, but sometimes they don't know at what cost. And so I really appreciate the division looking in this and see where that balance is. But I think we've got to be really careful that we don't lose making those recommendations without the science behind it. And I know with Lindy and everyone looking, we're not, but we just need to be careful that sometimes just the public Joe Hunter doesn't fully understand why we're as late as we are, because we are trying to put as much science as possible.
Kevin, would this be something maybe we'd put on the action log so we could follow the progress of that over the next couple of years?
I think where the division already has that and is doing that, but we could easily do it. So we continue that question. But I appreciate Lindy stating they've got it on their radar. So, but yeah, we could easily do that.
Okay.
I would ask that to Lindy, where you guys are already doing it. Would it be okay if, do you see any problem that we just track that for our action log? Doesn't sound like it would be add any new work for you, but we would just track your progress.
That's completely fine, Kevin. It's already been on my radar for a couple of months now, and we've already started the progress, and I'm committed to bring something to you guys already. But yeah, you guys can track it by doing an action log item. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. And Kevin, do you want to make that motion then, or just you feel comfortable just letting it go like it is?
Yeah, I would make the motion that we follow up with this with the draw permits and we stay in tune with Lindy for the 2023. I don't know if you have any specific language you want in there, Lindy, but I would let you clarify before we finalize that motion.
No, that sounds fine. Because it's going to take some rule changes that I'll have to bring forth to you guys, and that's why we're saying 2023, just so then we have all of the rules in place and the process in place to make it actually work for the division and for the public.
Maybe just an update next year at some point in time, just prior to this meeting, Lindy, or
yeah, that's perfectly. Yep, we can do that.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Randy. Call for a vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Passes unanimous. Thanks, Lindy and Kevin.
Chairman, since we did that, I feel like we're picking on Lindy, so we need to go back and pick on Justin. I think I need to make a motion. We add to the action log what we did a little while back, and a summary of all the permits that we talked about.
Justin, you want to answer to that?
Yeah, no, we'd welcome it. We're fine either way. I think if it helps the board to put that on the action log item, it's fine with us. We'd welcome it.
Randy, this is Carl. If that's a motion, I'll second it.
There was a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote unless there's any questions on the motion. Hearing none. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
And Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thanks, Randy.
Mr. Chair, I will tell Randy that, we do appreciate it when you pick on Lindy more than us. So just as a general rule, so, don't feel like things have to be equal. It's okay.
We're not through yet, Justin. We've just begun.
Chairman, this is Carl. Unless there's any more discussion, I'm ready to make a motion on elk and pronghorn.
Go ahead, Carl.
I'll make the motion that we accept the division's recommendation for elk and pronghorn tags with the addition of one extra public tag on the Little Creek unit.
Do we have a second?
Byron, I'll second that.
Donnie seconds. I'll call for a vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
And Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes. We'll move to our next agenda item, once in a lifetime. And Rory, give us the recap, public comments.
Thank you. Yes, for the once in a lifetime recommendations, we received 15 comments. 7 agreed, 3 disagreed, and 5 were neutral. The major themes that came across is there's still continued concern over point creep. And there was also, again, the comments that we've already discussed about moving the application period to whenever we know when permits have been established. So I think that's been addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Rory. Go ahead with the RAC summaries. Justin?
Yes, here in the Northern RAC, again, there was very little discussion, and there was a motion made to pass as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thanks, Justin. Brock?
Thanks, Byron. The Central RAC had 2 motions, Byron. The first motion dealt with the archery hunt for bison on the Henry Mountains. The other hunter choice hunts more than doubled in the number of tags, but the bison archery hunt only increased by 1 tag. So we had a motion to increase that hunt to 2 6 tags rather than 2 4 tags. And that motion passed. 7 in favor and 1 opposed. And then we had a motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Brock. Braden?
Yeah, we had a very similar discussion on the bison hunt, and there was a motion to increase the Henry Mountains archery only permit from 4 to 6, and that passed with 1 opposed. The opposing vote would just like to see some more data on that, not necessarily opposed to the idea, just want more data. And then we passed the remaining recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Braden. Tricia?
We had the exact same motion to increase archery bison permits on the Henrys from 4 to 6, and we accepted the remainder of the motion as presented.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, similar to the northern region and the northeastern region, there was some discussion, not a whole lot, but there was some good discussion. But ultimately, it ended up a motion was made to accept the division's proposal for once in a lifetime, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board or questions?
Yeah, I would start some discussion. I sit on the bison committee, and there's been a lot of discussion about the archery permits, and you know, Henry's has a lot going on with an incredible deer unit and fitting in all the seasons, and so you know, that committee's done a really good job in working that, and I do recognize that this is at the end of the season, but I'd like to ask the division if a better fit for some of those archery permits wouldn't be on the Book Cliffs, where we have too many mouths already for the amount of feed that we have. We've got a great bison herd. Maybe it's not this year that we do it, but have Dax and those guys that are out there look that maybe better place and opportunity for some of those archery permits would be some of those seasons out on the Book Cliffs.
Justin or Dax, you want to answer Kevin's question?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. We do have a few archery bison permits in the Book Cliffs, and we're seeing, like you mentioned, especially on that summer range, some real high concentrations of animals and some shortage of forage. And the roadless area has been one that's been specifically on our mind, and we're looking for opportunities to get some more harvest in the roadless. I think we're probably too late to do it this year, but I think there's some opportunities to do that. It's definitely something on the radar and something we're looking at for in the future. So.
Thanks, Dax. One of the things maybe a lot of people don't understand on the Henrys, and grateful for the division with being a pure genetic strain is there's a fine line with how low you can take those permit numbers and still carry forth that genetic strain. So just trying to be careful what we do on the Henrys, but if there's some opportunities in the future years to do that other places, maybe we should look at it. Thanks for your answer, Dax.
Chairman, this is Carl. I mean, with the other seasons on the Henrys jumping quite significantly and high percentages, I think the archery hunters are being left out on this. This is going to be a very tough hunt. I recognize that we had a situation on this unit a couple of years ago where an individual had a tag that should have never had a tag, and I believe there's some memories of that event, and that is factoring into these decisions. So I think it's fair to these archery hunters. We've put them in a very difficult time frame, and if they want to accept it, I'd love to see this move to 6 rather than 4.
I think with that, the board, we need to remember we'll probably get some phone calls and saying, hey, you guys shouldn't be recommending these hunts in January. This was a horrible hunt. I absolutely hated it. It was cold. And if we recommend it, I'm fine that we do, but realize we'll probably get those calls.
And I agree. The people I've talked to, I mean, they're like, yeah, this is going to be terrible. And I said, absolutely. You know what you're getting in for. And I hope everybody does.
Well, it's kind of like the Range Creek bison hunt we just went through, that we thought it'd be a real tough hunt and our harvest wouldn't be that high, but our hunters just proved the opposite of that.
Yep.
And then we have, going on the book list, we all got an email yesterday. I assume we got an email about the 7-inning weapon and 4 archery bison tags on the book cliffs. That upped our percentage, for archery, 40%, 60% for any weapon. If you want to comment on that, but we did receive that. It was late after the racks and everything else, but we did receive that email yesterday. Anyway, I assume you all got it. I know I did, so just for your information.
Chairman, I got a question for Riley. I'm just curious as to where the Book Cliff bison herd population estimate is compared to the population objective. Where are we with that herd?
Yeah, Randy, that's a good question. We did fly that, and we did see some movement and some changes in the location of those animals. And I know that Dax is on the call, and I don't know where this is a region-specific question, if he may want to step on and address that. But I know that when they flew that today, we did see, or not today, but this year, we did see the distribution of those animals kind of move and separate, different to where we have in years past, but the overall objective not changing all that much. But Dax, I see that you popped on. Feel free to add some detail and clarity to that.
Yeah, I can give a little more information there. Our population objective for bison in the Book Cliffs is 450 adults. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I can look them up. It'll take me a minute. But we counted 300 plus in the roadless area. and then about not quite 100 outside the roadless area. So we really had a lot of animals concentrated in that roadless. And one of the tricky things in the Book Cliffs is, we have our neighbors there, the Ute tribe next door, have a sizable bison population, and those animals move back and forth quite a bit. And so, anytime we do a bison survey, you got areas, especially like that roadless area that's right there, adjacent to tribal lands. I mean, it might be plus or minus a couple hundred bison, depending on what day of the week you count them on. So it gives us some unique challenges in managing to an objective in that area. And one of the tricky things is we want to get more harvest in that roadless area, and we want to stay under objective. We are currently under objective, just barely, and we want to stay there. But at the same time, we don't want to issue a bunch of permits, and then we end up with too much hunting pressure, and it pushes all the animals back onto tribal land. So we're doing a little bit of a dance with trying to figure out how to get the harvest we need, but also provide a reasonable opportunity to the folks that draw these really difficult to draw permits. But that's where we are right now, Randy. I think if we went and checked, any given time, we're probably pretty close to that objective. I think our estimate was about 430, and the objective is 450. But again, 300 plus of those were in the roadless area and moved back and forth. And some days they're there, some days they're not. So it's a little bit tricky, but we're about where we want to be right now.
Thank you.
Dax, I have a question that our population objective is based on good habitat conditions, and we haven't had good habitat conditions for several years now. You think maybe we should cut back on that population objective? I don't know for how long, for how many years, until we can get the Book Cliffs back where it should be, habitat-wise, if that ever comes to fruition. I just want to get your comments on that, if that's something we should be looking at. I know we're doing a lot of work out there, and you guys, the committee did a lot of great work this past year and stuff like that, and there's a lot programmed to go on. So, but just have too many mouths and too many places that on some of these mountains that we need to look at, if we can't, cut them back for a while, then bring them back to where our population objective is, or maybe we do have the wrong population objective.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly something that we've been conscious of and actually working on the last few years. If you look at our bison hunt recommendations, we have several hunts that are specific just to the roadless area. And then we've got, our other hunts that include the remainder of the Book Cliffs. Just because of access and logistics, we tend to get a lot more harvest in the remainder of the Book Cliffs, where you just logistically to get in there and hunt bison on the Bitter Creek unit is so much easier than it is to get into the roadless area and hunt bison. And we actually have reduced the population. We have kind of a population of bison that spend a lot of time Steer Ridge, Winter Ridge, Moon Ridge, and kind of that upper west side, and then down along the Seep Ridge Road corridor. And just 2-3 years ago, we had probably 150 bison in that group that spent their time there, and we've reduced the numbers on those bison down to, they're probably closer to 80 or 90 bison now. So we actually have intentionally reduced the herd size of that group that's kind of consistently on public lands all the time. And then, like I mentioned, now it's trying to figure out what to do with these bison that spend time in the roadless area. But we have been fairly aggressive, and even though we've been under objective, we actually have reduced the numbers of animals that hang out, on public lands all the time, and where we were having some of the conflicts with, competition for feed. In addition to, some work that's been done by folks at the county, rounding up stray horses, feral horses, and and all the habitat work that's going on. So you're right there, Byron. We are working on those things, and it has been a conscious decision to get extra harvest and reduce those bison that are there on that summer range all the time. The tricky part now is just how do we get some harvest on these animals that move back and forth between accessible lands and lands that are held by the Ute tribe.
Thanks, Dax. And I was there and opened the door on the first load of bison on the Book Cliff. So, I'm pro bison out there, believe me, but I just want to make sure you guys are doing a good job. Don't get me wrong, but whatever else we can come up with just to help out that, the habitat for all the wildlife out there.
Yeah, and we're on board 100%. We never want to carry animals at a level to a point where we end up doing long-term damage to habitat. That's never something we want to do. You'll probably also notice when we get to antlerless recommendations that we have recommended some antlerless elk permits in the book cliffs as well, even though we're under objective on elk. And again, it's the same thing that you're bringing up, Byron, that we have too many mouths on the landscape right now based on current conditions. And there's a lot of different things being done to try to address that. But part of it is harvesting additional animals, whether it's these bison that spend the majority of their time outside the roadless, and also harvesting additional elk, plus all these other efforts that are being done by partners and other folks that are concerned about some of the issues we're seeing there in that area.
Thanks, Dax.
Chairman, this is Carl. Just a general question. I know our cow elk hunters or our cow bison hunters do an orientation. Is there an orientation for our hunter's choice bison hunters?
That is a good question. I believe that Lindy popped on to answer that.
Yep.
So
Yeah, no, there is not. It's just for our cow bison hunters.
Okay,
That's
thank
the
you.
requirement. So
Carl, is that something you'd like to see, or?
Yes, I've been fortunate. I drew a cow bison tag, and I've been on the Henrys with a number of hunters over the last few years. Regardless of weapon, these are a big animal, and I think that we should institute a online, they can do it at home, orientation dealing with where to shoot a bison. They die really easy if you hit them good. They don't if you hit them bad. And I just think regardless of weapon, we need an orientation on where to shoot these things. Most of the shots go high, and that is terrible. And so I just think all of our bison hunters should have an orientation on how to kill these things.
That a motion, Carl?
Yes.
Thanks, Carl. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Randy. I have a motion and a second to make an orientation course for all bison hunts, for all hunters.
Mr. Chair, just a quick dotted discussion on that if we could.
Go ahead, Wade.
I'm not opposed to an orientation course. I mean, obviously, the more educated our hunters are, the better off we're going to be. Hopefully, the majority of the hunters that are brave enough to apply for this already have that education, and so we're tailoring this and we're mandating it for all, when in reality it's probably just going to be needed by a few. And so I don't want to unreasonably impose and impact those that are already educated and prepared for this hunt. So I guess I would just suggest, as part of this, that we make this relatively easy, painless, and straightforward, that it doesn't become this big complex pain for those that are already prepared for this hunt.
And what I would recommend is 10 questions, 30 minutes out of their life. I feel like I'm a pretty informed hunter, and I hit a bison high on a Wyoming tag, and I was fortunate where I was at the time. I hit one perfect in Utah, and the difference was significant. And so I think 30 minutes to an hour out of somebody's life on this, regardless of how prepared you are, I think is well justified.
Hey, Lindy, I wonder if I can ask a question. Often when we do these surveys, you guys are the ones that hear back on, how well they're received. And so I just asked what kind of workload this would add, and if you think how it may be received.
To create the orientation, that would be Riley that would be putting that together. But on the admin side of it, it is a little bit of a workload to put it and make it a requirement for these hunters, because then we can't mail these permits out to the hunters once they draw out they have to take the orientation before they're actually issued. Because once you guys mandate it, it becomes a requirement, and without fulfilling that, they don't get their permit. So we have to monitor these permits each day and see if these people are taking their orientation. So it is a little bit more of a workload. Hunters, call and say, why haven't I received my permit? And it's because they haven't taken the orientation, and they get a little frustrated because they weren't warned about it when they applied, or just had no idea about the orientation, even though we'll put it in the field regs and send it out on their successful email. But it's not huge, but it does cause a little bit of an issue for the public. They don't perceive it very well. So these from the calls that I receive.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Carl, I mean, in light of that, Carl, we certainly don't want to make this any harder than it needs to be, but there's valuable information that we need to share. I mean, the bear orientation course takes 4 minutes if you read every word. I mean, we're trying to just share a little bit of brief information here. And in light of not making it any harder on Lindy and the rest of those guys and to have to create a course, could we not just put something in a mailer, a flyer, just something to share that same amount of information? Do you think that would work?
Honestly, Wade, as many folks as I've talked to that have hit one of these badly on the mountain, I want them taking a test, just like the bear, and it doesn't have to take. I mean, the bear thing, like you say, takes just a few minutes, but I was unaware of what we're doing to these animals and how many who I think are really good hunters are hitting him just a little bit wrong, and I want it in the front of their mind. I think I understand their frustration. I take the bear test every year. Would I enjoy doing that? Or do I enjoy doing that? No, but you've got a pretty special tag on a pretty special animal, and I think it's a minor thing to ask.
I really support that because it's a once in a lifetime for a lot of people. Most people that get a bison, that's the only one they'll ever kill in their lifetime. And I hate it to be a bad experience. And I've been on one where it wasn't such a good experience. He didn't hit it well. So I totally support an orientation course for him.
Thanks, Randy.
Can I clarify something, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Lindy.
Thank you. If you put this in place, like I said, it's not a huge admin issue. So if it's something that you guys feel that's necessary, we're more than welcome to do it. It's not going to kill us. What I would recommend on doing is just making the orientation mandatory to successful applicants, not to everyone that applies like bear. When you apply for bear, everyone has to take it. But for like mountain goat and the cow bison, it's for those who are successful.
Yeah, if you don't have a potential tag in your hand, I don't want you to do it. I don't need an app for the application process.
I think that's a good point, Lindy. That would be our recommendation, Carl.
Yes.
So we have a motion from Carl. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
Chair, this is Greg Hansen with the
Go ahead, Greg.
Utah AG's office. I might have a question for Board Member Hurst and then maybe also Lindy and Riley, but our orientation courses are referenced both in our big game rule and in the drawing rule. And so if we are moving towards making this a mandatory requirement, either to apply or to obtain your permit, I might recommend that we look at adding that to one of those rules, just to keep that on the minds of the board members.
Whatever we need to do. I don't understand the behind the scenes of it. I would just like every buffalo hunter to answer a handful to the maximum of 10 questions about where to shoot these things.
So can you restate your motion again, Carl, just to clarify?
Okay, the motion will be that hunters who have drawn a tag are required to take a hunter orientation on shot placement of bison prior to receiving their tag.
Everybody agree with that, Randy?
Yeah, yes, and that's my second.
Okay. Any other questions on this motion before us?
One thing that I would just add is listening to Lindy. I think oftentimes we as a board make some motions that add a lot of work. I think this is very important. I'd like to see a brochure added into the envelope mailer and maybe a link where they could go on and watch a video. But I'm opposed to making it mandatory, just the amount of workload and what it adds.
Mr. Chairman, I guess just to kind of reiterate my point, and probably Kevin as well, I don't want to speak for him, but we're certainly agree with the principle of this. This is once in a lifetime thing and a special animal. We certainly do not want to lose any and waste any. And so however this goes on our vote, I'm certainly not opposed to it. The principle may be just the process.
Well, let me ask this. Okay, I'm one guy standing on a mountain talking to buffalo hunters. I think Dax probably has a good group of buffalo, may have some information about wounding. Do you have any information on that, Dax? Maybe it's not as big a problem as my little one-man survey is making it.
It actually is something that we're concerned about. I've spoke with Wade about it too, and the Henrys, but this last year in the Book Cliffs Bitter Creek unit, we documented 10 wounding lost bison that were found by other hunters after the season that were never recovered and tagged. And that was on, I think 60 or 80 permits. So, I mean, it's a pretty high percentage, and those are just ones that were found. I wonder how many others, took a couple bullets and maybe survived or maybe ran and died in the bottom of a canyon where they didn't get found. So it is something we're concerned about. And with those really tall spinal processes on bison, I think it throws a lot of folks off. And we just want to make sure, especially with these really, really high demand for a once in a lifetime opportunity to hunt bison, we want to make sure that the folks that do, have the opportunity to go hunt, that we're not wasting these animals and that folks have a good experience. And it's a lose-lose for the resource and for the hunters when they wound an animal and lose it. So, I think from a division standpoint, that's our goal, is for the folks that draw these permits to be successful and to have the knowledge that they need to be successful and to not waste this resource.
Thanks, Dax.
Well, I think that's significant. I'll keep my motion in place the way that it is.
We have a motion. Randy, you keep your second?
Yes, I keep my second.
Kevin, did you have one more comment before we?
Nope, we're good.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I do, and I recognize I'm getting in the weeds. I apologize on this. Certainly, I don't think anyone is disputing the importance of this and the validity of what Carl is bringing up. No one wants to lose these animals. I mean, but honestly, the same argument could be made for a trophy elk or a trophy deer. I mean, we don't want to lose any of them. A bighorn sheep, but. An orientation course to me is sure, it's going to provide education, but if we really want to impact, if we really want to save those 10 buffalo, I think we could address some other things as well. And this is where I recognize I'm getting in the weeds. How many of those were lost because the shots were too far? How many of them were lost because of inexperienced hunters? I mean, where do we draw the line? I recognize an orientation course is very easy, but the reality is that may not save any buffalo. The reality is that may not save any bighorn sheep. And so then do we start regulating ethics? Do we regulate caliber size, distance of shots, all those sorts of things, which would in reality probably save more animals than potentially an orientation course. If we're going to go all the way to an orientation course, can we talk about more than just shot placement? Because I would suspect on buffalo and a few of these other animals, that may not be killing as many as a few other issues we could address in an orientation course.
Thanks, Wade. Brett, you just popped back up on my screen. You have a comment?
Yeah, I kind of, I used to want to be a bow hunter until I shot a deer and didn't get it, and I'm sure it died somewhere. So then that ended my bow hunting career because that drove me crazy. So, but I think this happens all the time with all species. I think I've found dead animals as well, not bison, but other dead animals that people have shot and not been able to retrieve. I think that's hunting. I think that's what we're there for. If we have to have an orientation course for everything we do, I don't know. I would probably vote against this motion.
No, we're just talking once in a lifetime here permits. We're not talking everything. But I think it is very important that we educate our hunters.
I recognize that. I recognize.
Yeah. I'll go back to, we have a motion and a second. Any other comment? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Kevin?
No.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Sorry, I'm going to be a no.
And Brett?
No.
Now we have a tie. Motion passes. Thanks for letting me vote, Carl.
That was not my intention, sorry.
I think you did the right thing, so. Any other comments on the once in a lifetime permit recommendations?
Byron, I've just got maybe some questions or information maybe I'd like to hear about our desert bighorn sheep and our permit numbers in the future. What about the Mineral Mountains? Where are we getting there? They've had some struggles. We tried to put some more sheep there and they ended up being dirty. Where are we getting there to help that little bunch out so we can start hunting them?
Donnie, I can step in and answer that, and the southern region would like to add more, they're welcome to hop on. So the Mineral Mountains are, it's a brand new desert bighorn sheep herd similar to others that have been started in the state, like the Oak Creek Mountains, and it does need a few shots in the arm, and it needs to continue to grow. That is something we are mindful of. That is something that we're looking at all the time and having discussions with where do we get those sheep and how do we continue to move that population forward. Desert bighorn sheep, not only on the Mineral Mountains, but in the state of Utah, are kind of a big concern and a high priority to us in the state. And that conversation continues, and we are consistently looking at where we could potentially get more sheep to augment that population. We have had conversations with Nevada over the last week and a half and just kind of gauged their ability to provide us with some clean desert sheep. They are in the process of doing some pre-tests to see where they are at with that population, and specifically on the Muddy Mountains, and will get back to us. And if they do indeed come back clean, then it is our intent to take sheep from them this fall. So Mineral Mountains, Similar, like I said before, is the population that is a top priority for us. It does not have a lot of sheep there now, simply because the new population is growing, but it is our intent that in the near future, we are going to be hunting and having a thriving desert population there. Did that answer your question, Donnie? Did you have anything specifically you'd like to address?
No, that's good, Riley. I appreciate that. Also, maybe a question on the Zion unit. Those sheep were a little bit dirty a couple of years ago. Are they? I've heard some rumors maybe they're in the park that they tranquilized some sheep and they came up clean. What's going on there with that population? We had to cut tags to try to.
Yeah, the Zion population is kind of a unique one that, you know, we have the park and some of the population outside of the park, and they are coming down with some disease, but the Zion population doesn't seem to be a highly virulent strain in that they seem to be surviving through it. And so even those that are getting it, we're not seeing the large die-offs that are potential with the disease that they have. Furthermore on that, it's such a big unit that some of the disease or sheep may not come in contact. And so we may have pockets where they are clean. We may have pockets where they are doing just fine and others where they are. And so that the Zion sheep, all desert sheep are special to us. We're going to continue to monitor that and do a disease profile on it. And watch that kind of with an eagle eye to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect that. But Donnie, honestly, the answer on that is we don't know completely. We haven't tested all the sheep there. I do believe that there will probably be some pockets that may be clean and some that are not. And I hope that those that are maybe not as harmful of a strain as could otherwise be.
Okay, thank you. Those sheep seem to be pretty tough. They've taken a lot, so appreciate all your work with our sheep. They're very important to us.
Thanks, Riley. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question going back to the bison orientation? I'm sorry.
Yes. Go ahead, Lindy.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify, is this for the 2021 season or for the 2022 bison season? Because we didn't do any rule change in the motion, and I'm hesitant to hold on to people's permits without a rule change.
Lindy, my intention was to get it for this year. What do I need to do that?
We need to amend rule R657-62 and R657-5 to require the orientation for all bison.
May not have the votes, but I'll make that recommendation. I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Randy, seconds.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Wade.
Just a point of order on this one, and I'm certainly not opposed to doing it, but where we don't have that specifically listed on our agenda, can we actually take action on that in this meeting?
So this
Greg?
is, yeah, Greg Hansen. Yeah, Greg Hansen, Utah AG's office. We may pull Stacy online here and see when our next board process would be, because it would be my preference to work on drafting some language and have that go through our public process. We do have, we have an agenda item that deals with bucks, bulls, once in a lifetime issues, and we've been relatively liberal in the past on allowing brainstorming and new topics to come up during our public meeting process. But a new concept that comes up like this with undrafted rule language, if there's a way we can make our schedule work and run it through our process, that would definitely be my preference.
So, Mr. Chairman, as far as timing goes, we have the MARACs that are beginning in just 2 weeks with a June board meeting. We could do draft language through that process. If that appeases the board, you'd be able to vote on it in June. Those draw permits, and Lindy can correct me if I'm wrong, I think those will already have taken place by the end of May. So there is some lag time. Keep in mind, once the Wildlife Board approves a rule change, there's still a 45-day rule public process that goes through the administrative rule process. So that rule will not become effective until probably end of July, mid-August, by the time it gets into that cycle and goes through the governor's office. So we would essentially be working under a rule that's proposed but not official. So the call is yours. We have made rule changes in the past when a motion has an unintended consequence, such as a rule change like this. I think the bigger question Mr. Hansen was getting at is that this one bypasses the entire RAC process, which is something that we don't care to do often. So,
Greg, you got any comments further to that, or just?
No, I think Stacy summarized it pretty well. You know, I would definitely be comfortable going through the RAC and board process and implementing the orientation requirement after our rule becomes effective. So just having Lindy hold on to those permits after we have an effective rule. Making it mandatory without rule language is what causes me initial concern.
Okay. Carl, this is Justin Shannon. May I offer a suggestion to the board?
Please.
In looking online, we have states like Wyoming and Alaska that have some really good information on shop placement. I wonder if for this year, if we couldn't put together a letter or something like that and include it in when we issue these permits to the successful applicants, and put some orientation information in that. And then next year, as we move to make it mandatory, we could firm it up and improve it a little bit. But that might give us time to get at what you're wanting for the education without making it mandatory until we get a rule in place. I'm not sure if that satisfies things, but it might be a good compromise for this year.
Thanks, Justin. I think that makes sense.
I'm okay.
Carl?
I'm okay that I will pull that motion.
So would you do another motion, Carl, just to do what Justin just advised us on? Just
I'll make the motion that we add some information on shop placement, distances of shop, whatever the division decides to add in there for this year, and that a mandatory orientation on shop placement occur next year.
Do I have a second, Randy?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Any questions on the motion?
And by making this motion, does it automatically pull the other motion, or do we need to vote on that?
I pulled the other one, so I think we're good.
Stacy, we need to vote on that to pull that motion that Carl made and insert this one as place. The one we passed previous. You're on.
sorry, I was only hearing myself talk. Sorry about that. I think we're okay to go ahead and pull Carl's motion based off of his comments, and you guys can go ahead and call for a vote on his new motion.
Okay. So we just vote on Carl's new motion. I'll call for the vote.
Can I have him repeat that? Sorry.
Yes, for 2021, the bison hunters, all bison hunters will receive information on shot placement and anything additional that the division can put in there. And in 2022, there will be a quick mandatory orientation for all bison hunters.
You good with that, Kevin?
I am. I would because it has to go back. I would like to see that go through the public process. But I'm good with the motion. I think since we have time, it'd be nice for the public.
And I'll add that. I'll add that in that this year they'll receive information, and that we will run a mandatory bison orientation back through the RAC process.
Prior to 2022.
Yes.
Randy?
Yeah, I'll second that one too.
Stacy, you got everything? All right, I'll call for the vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. Motion passed. Anything else in once in a lifetime permit recommendations for 2021?
I would make the motion to accept the remainder of the once in a lifetime permit recommendations.
Can I make one motion?
Second. Go ahead, Carl.
We've had three racks vote to increase the archery tags on the Henrys from 4 to 6. I'd like to give that a vote before we do the general, if that's possible.
Kevin?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'll make the recommendation that we increase the archery Hunter's Choice bison tags on the Henrys from 4 to 6.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that, Byron.
Thanks, Wade. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Kevin?
No.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
No.
You skipped me, Byron, and I'm a yes.
I'm sorry, Wade.
That's all right.
What's your vote, Wade?
I'm a yes.
Motion passes 5 to 2, 4 to 2. Do you have anything else, Carl?
Nope, thank you.
Kevin, you want to make your motion again?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that we accept the remainder of the once in a lifetime permit recommendations.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
I just wondering if we need to amend that motion to include the closure of the wild horse bench in the Book Cliffs that's under the emergency closure right now, that we're showing 3 tags there this year, but I don't think we should. So I guess I'd amend that we remove those 3 tags. Does that make sense?
Justin, you want to enlighten us on that? On those 3 tags?
Director Reynolds, do you want to take this one?
Sure. The situation there is that's a migratory bison herd. The bison have not been, last year did not move into that area. And based on what we're seeing this year, drought conditions and other situations, that we do not anticipate that bison will be in that area again this year. That's the reason we are pulling or closing that, requested to close that season.
So question, we received that information. So if we accept the remainder of this, will it automatically do that?
Yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions on that? We had a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Takes us down to our antlerless permit recommendations for 2021.
Okay, summary, we received 15 comments on the antlerless recommendations, 7 agreed, 5 disagreed, and 3 were neutral. The major themes tended to support the increase in antler tags. The concerns principally were, one, that we needed to address the age structure of the antlerless population. And then secondly, due to persistent drought or ongoing drought, there were concerns over range conditions and protecting habitat conditions.
Thanks, Director. Any questions for the Director? We'll go with the RAC motion summaries. Justin?
Yes, we had a motion to accept as presented and it passed unanimously in our RAC.
Thanks, Justin. Brock?
Central was the same. We had a motion to pass as accepted, to approve as presented, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Braden?
We also had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Thank you. Trish?
Once again, we had quite a discussion about the book cliffs, and as Dax mentioned, there was quite an increase in cow tags on the book cliffs, and I appreciate those guys really giving the education needed for both the RAC and the general public, and we made a motion to accept the recommendations as presented.
Dan?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about the antlerless elk recommendations. That was a separate motion. I think that was kind of in light of some restructuring of several hundred antlerless elk tags. But that motion for antlerless elk did pass, 8 in favor, 2 opposed. And then the remainder of the antlerless proposal was a motion was made to accept that, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions from the board?
I guess, Chairman, could Dan give us some information on that Book Cliffs cow 8-2 vote, what that was?
Yeah, I think one of the opposing votes was a tribal member, and the tribe is I mean, and Dax, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they typically are not supportive of harvesting antlerless animals in general, whether it be elk or deer. And the other opposing vote was a member from the representing the sportsman's group who felt like harvesting any cows out of the book cliffs, just because of what's going on out there in the book cliffs and the struggles we're having out there with the elk herd out there. It felt like it just having elk harvested out there wasn't a good idea. So that little bit of a background there. Dax, if you're on, if I missed anything, you might want to chime in there for Carl.
I think that was pretty accurate. I think you got her down.
Now, Dax, if I remember right, the age group out there is very old.
Yes. So we sent tooth envelopes to cow hunters on the Book Cliffs, along with several other units spread across the state, to get an idea, to get a snapshot and see what our age class looked like there in the Book Cliffs. And we documented some really low pregnancy rates in drought years, lower than we've ever documented before. And that elk population appears to be pretty stagnant, low reproductive rate. We're thinking older animals, and that's what the ages came back. The average age of cows in the Book Cliffs was 7 years old for the roaded portion of the Bitter Creek and South, and for the roadless it was almost 10 years old. The average age of cows, where compared to cow ages on other units throughout the state, 4.5 year old was the average age across the rest of the state. So we're looking at cows that were 3 to 5 years older than cows in other parts of the state, really low documented pregnancy rates. And it goes back to some of those issues that we've already discussed, just some forage allocation issues, long-term drought impacts. And that's part of why, we're recommending these permits to reduce the elk numbers a little bit, to try to give the forage resource an opportunity to rebound, and at the same time to increase productivity so that the herd can rebound quickly when the resource is available, when the opportunity is there. But it's not responsible to carry a whole bunch of additional animals when we don't have the forage resource to support them. And that's what the data is pointing to and showing us.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the analyst recommendations?
Yeah, I've got a question. I received a phone call about the Ochre Mountains, a concerned sportsman with the doe harvest, and they said that allowed it to go up on the mountain. But I'm not 100% certain that he knew it was still in place this year. So I just asked the appropriate representative to maybe talk about that there on the Ochres.
Rusty, I think that question is for you.
Kevin, are you talking about the archery hunt there on the west side of the Ochres?
I'm a little bit not certain. I've received a phone call, and there was a sportsman concerned that there was continued harvest with does. It went all the way on top of the mountain. So yeah, just interested in what that is, where the objective is, and your management there.
Yeah, so I think what we decided this year is that we were going to leave that hunt in place, but I believe we knocked the permits way down. And the reason for that is years where the population is up, that hunt helps, keeps some deer out of town and things like that, but now where we're not over objective or anything, we wanted to keep that hunt in place, but just knock the permits all the way down. And then when we need it in the future, it's in place already. Does that make sense?
It does. Where do you sit ballpark with your objective?
See if I can find those numbers real quick.
I'm looking it up right now on Ochre Stansbury, the plan objective is 11.6.
Yeah, we're at 10,000 right now. Looks like
10,000. So yeah.
And can you get permit numbers ballpark? What we're recommending?
Yeah, and I have that right here too, Kevin. We're recommending on the Settlement Canyon hunt 25 permits. And those are archery, 25 archery permits, and that's been a lot higher in the past.
Oh, okay. And what's usually harvest ballpark?
I've got that pulled up, Covy. Last year we had 50 permits and success rate was 50%. So we harvested 25 of them.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Any other questions? It's pretty easy. Not, I'll entertain a motion on the antlers permit recommendations for 2021.
Byron, this is Donnie. I'll make a motion to accept that as presented.
Thanks, Donnie. Have a second?
I'll second that.
Who was that?
This is Wade, Byron.
Wade? Okay, you just came back on my screen, so I'm missing a couple of you. I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
And Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. Director?
Okay, for the CWMU antler list, we received 9 comments, 3 agreed proposed recommendations, 2 disagreed, and 4 were neutral. The major theme seemed to be that whatever effort be made to try to push antlerless animals off of CWMUs on public lands, that was a concern to try to do whatever we could to ensure that happened and not have CWMUs become a refuge for some of these animals where we're trying to encourage antlerless harvest. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Or just start with the rack summaries?
I'm guessing it'll start with me.
Oh. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Similar to what Director Reynolds just said in the northern, just that is some concern where we have so many CWMUs up north is that we do feel like they're often used as a refuge. So I got some personal calls just from people asking just that we try to make sure that as we're taking cow elk off of public ground, that also our CWMUs are doing the same. But with that being said, there wasn't much more discussion than that, and the motion was made to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Brock?
Yes, our discussion was very similar to the northern region, and we had a motion to approve as accepted, and that passed. It passed 8-1.
Can you tell us what the one was, Brock? That
it was the similar concern that the percentage being taken on CWMUs should be proportional to those taken on public land.
Thank you. Braden?
Yeah, we had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Tricia?
The southeastern region accepted the recommendations as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Dan?
Yeah, the northeastern region, we don't have a lot of CWMUs out in the northeastern region, so there wasn't a lot of discussion. There was a motion made to accept the division's proposal. It did pass 9 in favor, 1 opposed, and the one that was opposed was again our tribal representative on the rack.
That's for the same reason as you already stated?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Wade. Obviously, I'll have to do my normal recuse myself from the vote because I have a conflict. I'm involved in a CWMU. But I'd also like to make a comment as well. I sat on the CWMU advisory committee for several years, and the topic that has been a concern and brought up in some of the racks is a constant theme in those advisory committee meetings. Something that everyone is fairly cognizant of, especially the CWMU association, the state association. And there's constant training, education going on within CWMU operators and owners. Everyone is pretty much on the same page. They recognize they need to take their fair share of harvest on units that are over objective. We're trying to reduce populations. So I think those are valid concerns, and I just want to say that the vast majority of the CWMUs out there are on that same page and are trying to do their part.
Thanks, Wade.
Byron, can
go ahead, Brad.
I better recuse myself as well, being that we have the same conflict there as Wade. But I have always wondered about this issue, and maybe it's not the time, but I'm going to go ahead anyway. But it seems to me like we hunt these elk in the north. Maybe everywhere it's the same. I don't know, but we hunt these cow elk awful late in the fall, and they can be wintering somewhere. Well, in the winter, I mean, it's past fall. They can be wintering somewhere on the south slope and getting along fine until the hunters come along and hunt them on snowmobiles, and they end up running downhill, and they end up eventually in somebody's haystack, where if they'd have been left alone, they'd be fine. And I just wonder if we could hunt these antlerless animals earlier in the season, and in some cases maybe that would help alleviate them being on the CWMUs late in the year, you know, when everyone else is hunting them also. Stir them up, you might say, earlier in the year rather than when the snow is deep, when it used to get deep. Just a thought.
Justin, do you want to comment on that? On Brett's?
For antlerless harvest?
Yes.
I think I'll let Covy take a stab at this one.
Okay.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that I understand the comment or question correctly, because on CWMUs we offer maximum flexibility where they can harvest antlerless animals from August 1st to December 31st, and so they don't have to be harvested late in the winter. They have the ultimate flexibility, and in addition to that, for antlerless permit, if we draw an antlerless permit on the unit, you can hunt that antlerless animal anytime you have another buck or bull permit in your pocket. So if you had an archery tag, you could hunt it then, a rifle, deer, muzzleloader. So I don't know if there's anything that we have more flexibility in how we harvest them than antlerless animals. If there are ways we can improve, Brett, though, we're not opposed to it. We're always looking to improve. There's a lot of flexibility there, I guess.
I guess, Covy, my concern is what I just stated. You know, it seems like there's, and maybe it doesn't even exist anymore. I don't remember reading the dates today, but there was a hunt going on in, you know, past the first of the year into the end of January. Am I right?
Yeah. And sometimes, Brett, sometimes we do have those. Yeah, sometimes we do have those, and that's more specifically to target those animals that are problems. That we may hunt a population really hard in August, and then in February or in January, we have a huge depredation problem. And so where we know we have chronic issues and chronic conflict, we structure that hunt to say, we're going to target the animals that are causing the problem. The only way to know who they are, which ones they are, is to do it in January. Well, so yes, we still have some of those too.
And I guess that's my comment is sometimes I think we create the problem because we push them off of where they are wintering and they can't get back there. That's just my concern, and we can talk about that privately. This doesn't need to be here. This is I just wanted to throw that out.
And Brett, that's a fair point. Hunt pressure moves animals, and at times can create more conflict. So we do try to be aware of that, and we're open to discussion.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? We have 2 recusals, Brett and Wade. I'll go ahead and call for a vote.
Chairman, I'll make the recommendation that we approve the CWMU antlerless tags as presented.
Thanks, Carl.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Randy. I'll call for the vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl? Yes.
And 2 recusals. The motion passes. Takes us down to the conservation permit rule amendments. Director?
Okay. Conservation permit rule, we received 12 comments. 5 agreed with the proposed recommendations, 4 disagreed, and 3 were neutral. The major theme that came across from those that submitted comments was for us to continue to pursue or look at opportunities to address point creep. Continued concern about that.
Go ahead with the rack chairs and motion of summaries. Justin Oliver.
Yes, in the northern rack, once again, there wasn't much conversation on the conservation permits. We had a motion to accept the rule as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thanks, Justin. Brock?
Yes, we had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed 6 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstained. The 1 abstention was an individual that's associated with an organization that received some of these permits, so he felt he had a conflict of interest and abstained. And the 1 opposed is opposed in general to conservation permits, taking public permits and selling them to the highest bidder.
Thanks, Brock. Braden?
We had a motion to pass as presented, and we had 1 opposed. And similar to before, he's generally opposed to these type of permits, conservation permits. Any permit that you can buy your way into is his comment.
Okay, thank you. Trish?
In the southeastern region, we didn't have much conversation. We made a motion to accept the recommendations as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, in the northeastern region, we had a little bit of discussion on just process, not a lot. We did have a motion to accept the proposal as presented, and that passed 9-1. Well, actually 9 in favor, 1 abstention, with the 1 abstention coming from the tribal representative.
Thank you. We'll go to the board. Any questions or discussion?
Justin, this is Carl. I just had a question on discontinue the ability for conservation organizations to trade draft positions or to trade tags after the draft. Can you enlighten me on those 2 issues?
Yeah, I'd love to. There's 2 really things that the internal review highlighted in that regard. The first one that you're referencing is the trading of draft positions. And so this is something that I've never seen in the conservation permit allocation process. Essentially what it means is that a conservation organization that had a higher amount of market share could then say, well, I want to trade draft positions with a different group. And it hadn't been used in the past. And as we looked at it internally with our internal review, we thought, is this outdated? I think it would add a lot of unfairness to it, because if a group climbed the ladder and was drawing permits quicker than a group, or earlier in the process than a group that had outperformed them, then it becomes a fairness issue. The second part of it, in trading permits after the fact, I know it's occurred rarely from time to time after, but again, they just felt like, as we looked at it, we thought it sets itself up to where we talk about things like no conversations pre-draft and with other groups and working through processes like that. And so we just felt like it would add a lot more integrity to the process if we pulled both of those items. And the other thing it would do is it would streamline it as well. We have a very tight window in the month of September from whence we receive applications for the conservation organizations and do the permit allocation and bring it back to the board. And these have always been steps that required time ahead of time. And so it tightens that schedule quite a bit, or it gives a little bit more breathing room during that process. So,
Would this prevent, I know that the organizations have had one group sell a tag for them, thinking they could make more money, but the tag retained with that organization. Would that prevent that, or?
No, they can still do that, but what they couldn't do is say, I'm gonna draw this tag, and then you draw these tags, and then we'll trade them afterwards. The other thing is it's really hard to evaluate those trades, because do you do it based on market share? Can you trade 2 permits for 1? There's a lot of things that are really hard to evaluate in that process. But no, if a conservation organization wanted to sell their permit at a differing banquet, they could still do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Chairman, this is Carl. I'll make the recommendation that we accept the conservation rule changes as presented.
Thanks, Carl. Do I have a second?
Byron, I'll second that.
Thanks, Donnie. I have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Takes us down to number 11 on our agenda. Weber Florence Creek CWMU permit request. Any questions on this?
Mr. Chairman, was Chad going to give us a little description on this?
Chad?
I can, if you'd like. So essentially what happened is we rolled over from our paper applications this last year to an online database. When we did that, we pulled the data over from existing data. Not all of it always came across 100% accurate. So this was a CWMU that when they last renewed, the numbers that were approved in December was what the numbers were at the beginning of their last renewal. During that time, they had a change where we upped 10 bull tags. That didn't transfer over into the new application on the database. So they failed to see that those numbers revert back 10 tags. So all that's happening is they're asking for the same amount of tags this year as what they've had, I believe, the 2 previous years.
Any questions for Chad?
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. I spoke with the operator of this CWMU. They've been operating this CWMU for 20 years. This was just a simple clerical error, just a typo. There was no intent. Just no one caught it on any of the reviews. And I think part of it was because it was somewhat new with this electronic system. So nothing new here, just a fix. Obviously, we already approved these numbers earlier, so that's why they're requesting this. But just a fix from what was just recently caught.
Thanks, Wade. Any other questions on this item? Call for a vote. Kevin?
Mr. Chair, we need a motion.
Go ahead, Wade.
Yeah, I just think we need a motion, and I'd be happy to make that if we just I move that we approve this permit request from the Weber Florence Creek CWMU.
Thanks, Wade.
I'll second it.
Back to me. Kevin?
Who was the second? Brett? Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now we have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Kevin is yes?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
And Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes. This brings us down to item 12, the AIS rule amendments, the dip tank. I don't know if any of you saw that on TV when they showed that, how that thing works, but looks like it's going to make the time to check boats out and quagga mussels, make it go a lot faster on our different lakes and reservoirs. So I get the Rax vote on this. I just You didn't,
Mr.
right?
Chairman.
Yeah, just informational is all this was.
No, this item did not go out to the racks. It is a rule change that they're asking, and I believe Nate Owens is on the call and can give some backup information onto it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Nate Owens. I'm the Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator for the division. This did not go through the rack process. We have been constructing the dip tank now for a number of months, and due to the situation at Lake Powell with the low water levels, what we are seeing, which we've seen in the past, but not to this extent, is many boats each day pulling out with mussels on board those watercraft. And it's going to significantly impact the number of decontaminations we can perform, because our primary concern is making sure those mussels are removed prior to those boats leaving the area. The dip tank was sped up. We did complete it recently. It has been transported down to Lake Powell, and we believe that now is the time to make that available to the public. And in doing so, we realized that we needed to make a rule change because the current rule language specifically states water of 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The dip tank will actually use water at 110 degrees Fahrenheit, but will allow for a longer exposure time. The combination of exposure time and water temperature will be sufficiently enough to make sure all quagga or zebra mussels on board are sufficiently killed. So we are asking for a rule change to the language to allow us to utilize an appropriate combination of exposure time and water temperature to decontaminate watercraft.
Thanks, Nathan. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Nathan, I guess I wasn't paying very good attention. Where will you place these down there?
So this is the first one ever in the nation, and this is a pilot program. Initially, this single tank is going to be at State Line Launch Ramp at Lake Powell. If it proves to be successful like we think it will be, we will certainly be interested in looking at other potential locations, namely probably up Lake, Bullfrog to start with.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea.
Nathan, you still have the other corn or decontamination places, the spray offs and the other options we've had.
Correct. Yes, we do. We believe the dip tank will help alleviate some of the pressure some of these other decontamination locations have been receiving the last couple of years, because the more we can decontaminate at Lake Powell, the fewer boats show up at a Deer Creek or Jordanelle requiring decontamination.
Yeah, you're going to have a hard year with Lake Powell. I just came off Lake Powell yesterday, and with Waweep and State Line, I think Waweep is the only one that's open on the entire lake. So they were dropping a lot of boats there and driving them to Antelope Point. And so, yeah, you've got it in the right spot, but good luck.
Thank you. It is definitely going to be an interesting summer.
Mr. Chairman, this is Wade. I just want to chime in as well. I just want to commend the division for, they've got a really progressive program, and they've really worked well with the local communities in the county down here, and what they're doing is just wonderful. And so just really commend them for all the efforts they're going through to get these dip tanks in place, because it really does seem to be a huge benefit to the public and those people using those bodies of water just to speed this process up. So thank you, Nate, for all that you guys are doing.
I would add to, yeah, thanks, Nate. If it works, we'll be making the motion to get them in a lot of other places. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Call for a vote.
I'll go ahead and make a motion, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, that we accept the AIS rule amendments dip tank as presented.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'm just trying to move this along because we have we're going to have a big gap here in a little bit to 1 o'clock. So I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Carl,
Yes.
Wade,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we have a time sensitive thing or time certain at 1 p.m. We can skip down to item 15, technology survey result. Is Wyatt there and available now to do that? Give us that presentation. Wyatt, are you there?
All right, I think I got it going now. Am I frozen or can you see me moving?
You're frozen.
All right, give me 1 second. We'll get this. All right. Seems to be working now. Yeah, I can go ahead and we'll give this presentation and move this.
Go ahead, Wyatt, when you're ready.
All right, it's working on my end, so I'm assuming it's working on everybody else's.
See it? Fine.
Okay, perfect. So you all are aware that in March we did a emerging technology survey that encompassed a number of technologies that we're hearing about at the front desks in the field with law enforcement and in a variety of committee meetings that the wildlife section is having. So we collected all that data through March. However, with the interests posed at the Wildlife Board Working Group about a month ago, we opted just to present the trail camera portions as well as for the sake of time here. So there is a larger technology survey involved with this. However, I'll just cover the informational part associated with the trail camera results. All right, so the overall value of this survey specifically towards the trail camera aspect of it is to provide public input for creation of new administrative rules, help identify hunters' opinions, preferences, and tolerances for trail cameras in the field, and aids in management decisions. Again, this is part of requirement of House Bill 295, and that bill had a number of other aspects tied to it. However, this is the portion we'll cover today. All right, so the methodologies behind this survey. So we randomly selected 6,000 hunters from our sample size, which is basically people that applied for big game. That includes limited entry, once in a lifetime, and general season big game species over the past 5 years. 6,000 individuals were randomly selected from that pool. We received a response rate of 35%. Anything over 18% is a good response rate, so 35% is pretty exceptional, with a total response of 2,083 respondents. And of the people that started the survey, 93% of them completed the entirety. All right, so the main purpose of a survey is to try and represent the total population as closely as you can. On our licenses, the demographics we collect are age, sex, and age and sex. So of those 2,100 respondents, the survey respondents average 45 years old, 16% were female and 80% were male. If you look at the numbers below there on the hunting public from which we drew those 6,000 surveyors from, the average age is 44%, females 15%, males 85. So those are extremely close data points, and based on how close those data points are, we feel really strongly that those 2,100 respondents that we received responses from will very well relay the opinions and thoughts of the hunting public as a whole. All right, on the trail camera portions, we asked basically, do you use trail cameras at all? If you use them, do you use them for hunting and scouting, scouting only, or hunting only? You'll notice that the pie chart equals 99%. The reason that equals 99% is there's another less than 1% that uses trail cameras only for hunting, but they weren't included in this chart. I just wanted to make sure that's clear. But Generally speaking, 2/3 of our population, hunting population, don't use trail cameras at all. Of the 1/3 that do use trail cameras, only half of those use them for hunting. So 18% of the total population uses trail cameras for hunting. 16% use them for scouting only. And like I said, 2/3 of the hunting population don't use trail cameras at all. We dove into a little bit. We have some demographics that we won't explain too much here in this presentation, but we do have them available. Some of them are listed here, but what we wanted to do is see who was most likely to be using trail cameras, and of those people that use trail cameras, who uses the most trail cameras. So as you can see here, guides on average use 13 trail cameras per guide. The next closest group averaged 6 to 7 cameras. Those were non-residents, private property hunters, and owners of private property. And then the group that used the least number of trail cameras on average, between 4 and 5, were residents, the urban population, and public land hunters. Again, this shows some of the demographics that we have information for. We have information for 20+ demographics, but we won't go into the details in this presentation. But by and large, guides are the largest users of trail cameras in the state. I will go into some of the specific questions tied to trail cameras. For each of these questions, you'll see over 2,000 hunters responded to these questions. The following charts will show the percent of the population that supports the question, the percent of the population that opposes the question, as well as the percent of the population that's neutral on the topic. Again, we have 20+ demographics associated with this data, and we'll post these on the division website at a later date for public viewing. So one of the first questions was, do you oppose or support the use of transmitting trail cameras during big game seasons? So transmitting trail cameras, for those that aren't aware, are the kind of Wi-Fi based cameras, the cameras that run on cellular programs that you can put on the mountain. When a picture is captured or a video is captured, it is then sent to the recipient on their cell phone. So for example, I can be sitting at my home in the valley, have multiple trail cameras on the mountain. When those trail cameras take pictures, those pictures will be sent to my cell phone at home. Overall, 62% of the population oppose the use of transmitting trail cameras during the big game hunting seasons. 18% of the population supported it, with 20% being neutral. Again, you can see the number of respondents at the bottom there with 2014. So if you have questions about how many responded to each question, you can see that total at the bottom. Next question was, do you support or oppose the use of internal storage trail cameras during the big game season? Internal storage trail cameras was described as cameras that have SD cards or other like storage systems where a hunter or owner or whoever it may be has to physically go retrieve that data from the camera on the mountain. It can't be sent wirelessly. So again, do you oppose or support the use of these trail cameras during the big game hunting season? 45% of the hunting public supports it, 34% oppose it, with 21% being neutral. Next question is, would you oppose or support regulating trail cameras differently, depending on whether they are transmitting trail cameras or internal storage trail cameras during the established big game seasons? 51% felt that they would like trail cameras specifically to be regulated differently, whether they're transmitting or internal storage. 28% opposed, and 21% was neutral. So overall, it appears that they would prefer these cameras be regulated differently. Would you oppose or support regulating trail cameras used specifically on private property during established big game seasons? 45% of the population don't want trail cameras regulated specifically on private property, with 23 supporting it, 32 being neutral. So the largest percentage of the population would not like these to be regulated on private property. Would you oppose or support regulating trail cameras used specifically on public property during the big game seasons? 52% of the hunting public would support the regulations on public property as it pertains to the use of trail cameras. 30% oppose, with 18% being neutral. And so I'll quickly explain what this chart's about. You'll see the black diamonds on the right. those are what we call weighted averages. We won't get into the details of what weighted averages mean specifically, but I'll explain how it plays into this graph. You'll see that at the bottom it's listed number 1 through 5. If a weighted average is 1, that would be a response that the public strongly opposes. 3 is completely neutral, with 5 being strongly supported. So going down this list, regulating trail cameras by type is a 3.3 weighted average, which basically means they support it. However, it's fairly close to neutral. But overall, there is support for regulating cameras by type. Using the use of transmitting trail cameras during hunting seasons is the strongest in the opposed group at 2.2. While not super strongly opposed, there is certainly opposition to the use of transmitting trail cameras during big game seasons. Use of internal storage trail cameras is nearly neutral at 3.2. However, it is on the support side that they be allowed to use those during big game seasons. Regulating trail cameras on public property. There's support for regulating trail cameras on public property during the big game seasons. And lastly, regulating trail cameras on private property. While it's fairly close to neutral, it is opposed to regulating trail cameras on private property. That'll be a quick summary of the trail camera data associated with that emerging technology survey that went out in March.
Thanks, Wyatt. Any questions from the board for Wyatt?
Mr. Chairman, not a question, just a comment. Just want to thank Wyatt. I think that was kind of exactly what we needed and wanted as far as just information and that portion of the survey. So that was perfect. Thank you.
Maybe this is for Wyatt also. Where do we go from here? When will we see this? What's the next step?
Rory, jump in if you'd like. At that board work group, we wanted to present this data to you as you guys had questions on if it would present enough to make a decision moving forward. So I guess we're deferring to your response to what this data presents, but I saw Rory just jumped on. So Rory, if you want to
I may to address Carl's comment. This survey is certainly available in its totality to the board members. If they would like it, we'll be happy to share that with you. The intent of this was for us to garner enough information so that we could craft a proposed rule going forward that can then be further refined as it goes through the RAC and the board process. We're committed to reporting back to the legislature during the interim. We were directed to address the use of trail cameras specifically, and we need to do that. But this survey, I think, captures sufficient information that will allow us to craft a proposed rule that can then go through the RAC and the board process to be further refined.
So what do you need from us today?
I think just your awareness of this proposal, of this survey, and recognize that we will be coming back through this public process with a proposed rule change that will address this, and it will largely reflect what you've seen in this survey. And then let the public process further refine it from there.
Thank you.
Wyatt, this is Randy. Wasn't there some additional topics included in that technology survey? And if so, will we be able to see those results?
Yeah, there are additional topics. Like we said, we felt trail cameras was pertinent to this discussion. And as Director Reynolds says, we can provide you with the totality of that survey.
There were other items there, Randy, that were addressed that dealt with weapon types and, long range and other types of technology that people that's being made available to the public. And we're happy to share those with you as well. there again, we will use the information that's captured in this survey to move forward some proposed rule change that can be further refined through a public RAC board process.
Thank you.
Rory, I think if you just went ahead and sent that out to all of us, it'd be appreciated that we get that and be able to review that.
Okay, sure, we'll do that.
Thank you.
And I guess one more, I mean, I'm still getting calls in reference to this. I'd love to have a timetable of when this survey would be available on the website that I could send people to.
I will look and I will find out and get that information to you. I'm not exactly sure how quickly we can have that, but I can certainly get it to you fairly soon, and we will get it posted as well.
Thank you. And I echo Wade. This is the information we've needed. This is in my opinion pretty good. So
Wanted to share the information with you first before we made this public. So
thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Wyatt, you did a great presentation. Answered everybody's questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, the only thing we have left is our 2 time certain items.
Yes, so the plan is, those are time certain at 1 o'clock. Those who are watching via the YouTube link, that link will stay active. We'll just put a counter up there counting down from now until 1. Anybody who is going to come back to the meeting at 1 o'clock needs to use the same link that you used to get into this meeting currently. So you can go ahead and exit out of it. Go enjoy a lunch. You guys have earned it. Come back a few minutes before 1 so we can get you logged back in and sound checked, and then we can take care of those 2 agenda items at 1 o'clock.
So you're buying lunch, is what you said, Stacy?
I think I said Rory was buying lunch, but yeah.
if you show up here, I will buy your lunch.
Thank you. I guess we'll see you all a little bit before 1 o'clock because it is time sensitive. We should all be online by what, 10:02 or at least, or 1:45.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask, as these 2 items don't require RAC, there was no information. Would it be all right if we were excused, or would you like us to return for that as RAC chairman?
I think you use your own discretion, Justin. It's open to the public, right, Stacy? So
It is open to the public. There is no need for a RAC chair to be on board there. You're not going to report on anything, Justin. So, okay. But you're welcome to join us if you want to.
I may need to get back to work. I'll see. Thank you, though. All right.
Thanks, Justin. Well, thanks, everyone. I guess we'll see you back at 10 minutes to 1 o'clock, our time specific. Is that a live picture in the corner with the ducks and geese in the background? That's a beautiful view. I just wondered, I got a couple of pairs of geese that land in my pasture every day, morning and night. Just, it's kind of fun to watch them land and take off. Oh, it is. It's just a... It's a great new area for the state, for wildlife.
Kip, did they do a sound check on you?
No, can you hear me now?
I can. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
What about me, Stacy? Am I good? Sorry.
Oh, let me turn my microphone back on. Yes, you're good.
Okay, cool.
And the gentleman logged in as Stephen McCarthy. Can we do a sound check?
2, 1, and we're live.
I'd like to welcome everybody back from their lunch to continue our agenda today. This meeting of the Utah Wildlife Board, April 29th, 2021. This brings us down to item number 13 on our agenda. Clint Hyber permit variance request by Lindy Varney. Before we get there, I just want to make a roll call, make sure all the board members are back. Kevin Albrecht.
Yes.
Randy Dirth. Randy?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't get off mute.
Okay, Donnie Hunter.
Yes.
Carl Hurst.
Yes.
Wade Heaton.
Yes.
And Brett Selman.
Yes.
Okay, the board is present. Lindy, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am Lindy Varney. I'm the licensing coordinator, and I oversee the variances that are submitted into the division. On November 3rd, 2020, Mr. Clint Hyber submitted an application for a variance request on his 2020 statewide limited entry deer conservation permit. The reason for his variance request was due to COVID-19, claiming that he was unable to travel out of state due to COVID-19 risk. While considering Mr. Hyber's variance request, the division received a tip from a member of the public claiming that Mr. Hyber traveled to Utah during the season dates on his permit. The information that was reported to the division caused the division to turn this over to our law enforcement to investigate. So on August 31st, 2020, the permit was purchased and picked up at our Central Region office located in Springville. For this permit, the season started on August 15th for the archery season, but since his permit is the statewide conservation permit, Mr. Hyber would be able to start hunting with any legal weapon on September 1st, with the season date ending on January 15th of 2021. Through the investigation, it was determined that Mr. Hyber flew into Utah on August 31st through a chartered airplane service and stayed with a guide service in Utah during his hunt dates, and thus likely had multiple opportunities to go into the field and hunt. Prior to the beginning of the hunt, an extremely large buck, pursued by one of the largest bucks in Utah by some of the guides and outfitters who were involved, was located on the Fillmore Oak Creek Limited Entry Deer Unit. Mr. Hyber stayed in a bunkhouse located on the property of his guide, which is in close proximity to the Fillmore Oak Creek Limited Entry Unit. We also collected information that Mr. Hyber traveled out of the country to hunt shortly after he submitted his variance request. So to qualify for a variance, the hunter must completely or substantially be precluded during the prescribed season from participating in the hunting activity authorized by an eligible wildlife document, or precluded or substantially impaired from filling the timely wildlife document of application to the division drawn because of one of the following reasons. So personal injury or illness, death or significant illness or injury to immediate family member, or being deployed under orders from the United States Armed Forces, a public health organization, public safety organization in the interest of national defense or a national emergency, or COVID-19 related personal health concern, or the general public health restrictions imposed by the federal government, state, or local government. By definition, in Rule R65 and -57, the definition of substantially precluded means participating in no more than one hunt day during the prescribed hunting season because of a qualifying event or condition set forth inside this rule. We didn't uncover any information that Mr. Hyber went into the field to hunt during his season date. However, the rule requires that a qualifying event or condition be the actual cause of him not hunting. The circumstances of him traveling to Utah and out of the country during the season dates on his permit indicated to the division that COVID was not the cause of him not hunting. So after the investigation, it was determined that Mr. Hyber was indeed in Utah during the season dates on his permit and staying in close proximity to the unit where the buck that he was only interested in was located. The reason for his variance request was unable to travel out of state due to risk of COVID-19. And it was determined that he did travel to Utah and out of the country during the same season date on his permit. So based on all this information, Mr. Heber did not qualify for a variance, and his application to have his permit extended to the 2021 season was denied. So I thank you for this time of listening to the opening statement. If you do have any question, Kip King was the investigator over this case, and he's here to answer any of the questions.
Yeah, Lindy, this is Randy. Yeah, I guess I got a question. There was evidently a buck on the Oak Creek that was huge. Did it die? Was it not available? Was it anything happened? Was it wrong? I mean, you pointed that out. I don't understand why you pointed that out.
I'm going to let Kip answer that question.
So I'm Kip King. I'm one of the investigators for the division and was asked to investigate the validity of Mr. Heber's request for variance. There was a gigantic deer that was located on that unit where Mr. Heber could hunt with a rifle on September 1st. Several of the guys that I visited with said that that was probably the biggest buck in the state. I don't know how they would really know that, but it was a big deer from what they said. It disappeared probably about a month before the hunt began, before September 1st, and nobody could ever find it. Come September 1, when people could start hunting it with a rifle, the other person who had the statewide deer permit was down there hunting for that deer as well, along with probably 30 or more other guides looking for that particular deer. Nobody was able to find it. On October 13th, one of those guides was able to capture that deer on a trail camera that he had up. The trail camera showed the deer in good condition. The antlers were just fine on October 12th. The next day on October 13th, the deer shows up again, and now it has a whole bunch of broken tines. And it was just unappealing to really anybody that had a permit that could hunt and kill that animal. So on October 13th is when everybody quit hunting that deer because they found it and the antlers were broken off.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One question, what was the time frame when Mr. Heber came to Utah? What dates again?
So the hunt started on August 15th, and from August 15th through the end of that month, they could hunt archery. On September 1st is when the rifle hunt started. August 31st, Mr. Heber flew to Utah in a private jet with a gentleman by the name of Ricky Famia. Flew in on August 31st. On that same day, Maydeen Lemon, who is the mother of the guide who was guiding Mr. Heber, she picked up the permit for Mr. Heber that same day, on the day that he flew in, August 31st. Mr. Heber stayed in Holden at Kaylin Lemon's house, who was his guide, on that night, September 1st, September 2nd, September 3rd, and then on September 4th, he flew home on that same chartered flight.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair, this is Greg Hansen with the Utah AG's office. If I may, Mr. Heber's counsel, Steve Styler, is also available here. I just want to make sure he has an opportunity to present materials, their side of the story, and allow board members to also ask him questions. Not to cut off discussion, but just make sure there's an equal opportunity.
Thanks, Greg. Mr. Styler, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so used to being in court. Usually the judge turns and looks at me and says, "What have you got to say for yourself, young man?" So I was waiting to be instructed. So thank you for the opportunity. as Greg mentioned, so my name is Steve Styler, and I represent Mr. Heber. And I appreciate the work that this board does. And I think that we can help clarify maybe some misunderstandings or some things that have been reported that might be just a bit different than what the board has heard thus far. Just to kind of an off the bat, and I'm more than happy we'll run through the factual scenario. And I should ask Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have? I don't want to dominate the rest of your day and meeting. I'm happy to work within the confines that you'd set.
We'll give you the time you need, Steve.
I appreciate that. Just as a clarification, Miss Barney, and let me say that everyone that I've personally worked with has great respect for Miss Barney and for her job and the work that she does, and that she's a great asset to the state. But one of the concerns that I guess as I came across when I looked at the memorandum, which you all can see in your board packet that Ms. Barney prepared, it says in quotes that Mr. Heber was unable to travel to Utah due to COVID-19, in quotes, as though that was something that Mr. Heber had indicated to the state on behalf of, in support of his variance request. And I know that each of you in your board packet, actually, you have a copy of the actual application that he submitted on November 3rd. In it, you simply have to designate which box you're checking, the reason you get a variance. And then it asks for a brief statement. Literally, that's all the state of Utah requires, is the brief statement of why you're requesting a variance. Mr. Heber did not claim that he couldn't come to Utah. He clearly had already been in Utah. What he indicated was that and I'll just read it. It says vulnerability to contract C-19, abbreviation for COVID-19, recent surge in cases, prior respiratory issues, travel, he does indicate travel, interaction with others, not recommended. Those were the words that he indicated on his basis, as his statement explaining why he should receive a variance request. So Mr. Heber, as he submitted his application for a variance, and let me be very clear, Mr. Heber did not set foot on a mountain. And Ms. Barney is correct when she indicates that to be substantially precluded, you cannot set foot on a mountain. You cannot hunt for more than one day. Mr. Heber did not hunt a single day. He did not set foot on the mountain. But he did come to Utah. He wanted to come and see if there was an opportunity to do so safely. And just to give you a bit of a perspective, when I shared this as we were getting ready, if it's okay, I'm going to present my screen for just a moment and show you one screen, if that's okay. Let me pull this up. Please let me know if you can see that screen. My computer says I'm presenting to everyone, so hopefully everyone can see this. Can everyone see this graph? And if not, I can zoom in so people can see it better. Is that any better?
Yes, Mr. Styler, I can see it.
Okay. So what this was the daily case count of COVID-19 in 2020. For those of you who live here in Utah, who remember we got through most of the summer bouncing around 200 to 300 cases a day of what COVID the actual case counts were. And I highlighted October 1 just to give you a point of reference. At this time, this is when Mr. Heber's guide, Kaylin Lemon, approximately would have contacted Ms. Barney to find out what were the options to apply for a variance. We received an email back from Ms. Barney on October 7th, laying out what we would need to do. She provided the steps. She was very helpful in giving us all the information from Mr. Heber and what we would need to submit. Excuse me, October 9th. But if you look at this graph, so on October 1, we had bounced up, and we can even reference earlier, if you look in August, you can see we're bouncing around 300 to 400 cases of COVID-19 every day. It was a pretty low risk. I remember feeling it that way too, that we obviously should wear masks and socially distance. Things like that should happen. If you look at the October 1st date, when Mr. Lemon submitted or made the phone call to Ms. Barney to figure out what the procedures might be, we had almost tripled our daily case count. And as Mr. Heber indicated in his actual appeal, which he submitted on November 3rd, if you look at that spike in November, in the beginning parts of November, we were up to about 2,000 cases a day. If you look at the high spike right around Thanksgiving, when Mr. Heber reasonably would have been hunting, we were spiking as high as almost 6,000 cases a day of COVID-19. This was not a general trend or a slow methodical trend. This was a surge of COVID-19. As was indicated, his tag began August 15th and it could continue through January 15th. Extremely long period of time to be able to go and pursue an animal. He didn't pursue an animal a single time. When Ms. Barney indicated through her email what needed to happen, she said the following. She said, the hunter cannot hunt more than one day to be considered. He didn't. She said, I understand that there's time to turn the permit in to be considered for a variance, but the longer you wait, the more paperwork you might have to submit explaining why you held off. Mr. Heber did not wait. He turned in his tag. He turned in his tag with months and months that he could have come back to the field and pursue an animal. She also indicated that we needed to provide why we weren't doing that. His physician was clearly able to do that due to his health concerns, submitted a note and sent it over. I think there's a little bit of concern, and I don't know if, Greg, if you can pull up the rule, could you pull up R657-57? And then I'll maybe have you move around a little bit, and I'll stop sharing so you can do that. Can we go to -4 and we'll just start in line 1? So in 1A, we just generally say the division may grant the season extension variance extending the hunting season on an applicant's wildlife document to the same or substantially similar hunt the following year provided. Then it gives us all the criteria that you have to show. If we go down to C, it says, notwithstanding the limitations in subsection 1A on wildlife documents eligible for season extension variance relief, the division may grant a season extension variance for a limited entry hunt, provided we go to subsection I. This is a new rule. We all lived through COVID. It was a new thing. No one knew what to do, what the status quo was going to be. But it says that the applicant possessing the limited entry permit was substantially precluded from participating in the hunt for COVID-19 related personal health concerns. I think that's very important. There is no standard on what the state of Utah does not say that you must have contracted COVID-19 or that COVID-19 has rendered you physically incapable. It places the standard on the individual to make their own determination of whether they have a COVID-19 related personal health concern. There is no standard that says you must have something to show that COVID-19 is there. It just has to be a personally held belief. If you remember the screen that I shared a while ago, Mr. Heber indicated the cases were surging. Many of you will remember Arizona was going through the same thing at the same time period. There was a discussion about moving the entire Major League Baseball to Arizona during the fall, but they didn't do that because of the surge in COVID cases. Mr. Heber did the same thing. When he came to Utah, he did so in a way that he could mitigate his personal COVID-related concerns. He flew in on a chartered plane. He didn't fly in the back of a Delta airplane. He stayed not necessarily out of any desire to hunt a buck on Oak Creek. He stayed with his guide. Kaylin Lemon, who is a good friend, simply lives in Holden. And that was the spot where Mr. Heber could stay and could stay safely. and feel that his COVID-19 related concerns could be mitigated. There was discussion about Mr. Heber traveling out of country. He did, and he did so on the basis that he could mitigate each and every one of his COVID-related concerns. He was not going to have to go into a public unit, surrounded by other hunters, by other people. His interactions were so limited that he could personally mitigate his COVID-19 related concerns. That's what he did. And he did so successfully. And thank goodness we're on to 2021. We didn't have a vaccine. If all of you remember, I believe it was December 14th when the Pfizer vaccine was approved for use. In October was a pretty scary, September, August, and October of last year and November was a pretty scary time. But what matters is what Mr. Heber felt in regards to his personal mitigation of his COVID-19 risk. He came to Utah, wanted to fulfill the tag. If there would have been a way for him to do so without feeling a risk to his health, he would have done it. That was further manifest by the minute he made that decision, or shortly thereafter, I should say, he asked his guide to contact the state and say, what do I need to do? I can't do this. I want to come back next year when we have a vaccine, when COVID is hopefully coming to an end, and did every single thing that the state of Utah asked him to do. This wasn't gamesmanship. The rule specifically says that the objective is to restore an opportunity to a hunter who was precluded from availing themselves of that opportunity. There was no game involved. There was no, I'm going to go up on the mountain and hunt a day and see if I can find the big one, and if not, I'm going to turn around and turn back my tag. He was here to see if there was a safe way to proceed. There wasn't, and he left. Very shortly thereafter, he turns in his tag, even though he had 3 more months. He could have hunted during the rut. He could have come back. He could have done it. But he didn't because he was committed to his health and he did everything that he could to fulfill his obligations. One of the hard things that needs to be considered is that the application for variance was submitted on November 3rd. Mr. Heber was not contacted by the state of Utah, nor his California legal counsel that had been working to administer this variance application, did not hear from anyone for over 90 days. If someone had said, hey, we think you'd come to Utah and we think that we're not going to grant your variance, he could have then made a choice to see if there was some way for him to mitigate that risk and come back and come find a way to fulfill that tag. The problem is he didn't hear until that opportunity was over and withdrawn. The opportunity was completely lost. So today we come back and we are appealing to the board and asking to restore that opportunity. Greg, I don't know if I can have you move down to the appeal section. It's R65757-12. These are the variance guidelines. These are the factors that the board is supposed to look at. And I think it's worthwhile to look at that, to see where Mr. Heber came up short, because I can't find it. These are the factors we consider. So the Wildlife Board may use the following guidelines in considering and deciding variance appeals and requests submitted pursuant to this rule. One is the monetary cost of the wildlife document. You're all hunters. You're all involved. You understand the cost with this conservation tag and the good things that those dollars do. It was an expensive tag. And Mr. Heber has hunted here in the past and would love to hunt here in the future. So I think we know the factor of A. B, the degree of difficulty in obtaining the original wildlife document. It's a difficult tag to get. All of you know that. We've all probably been to the same banquets and we see the competition for that tag. We've got other guides on this call that are on the board that know how difficult it is to obtain this tag. The future opportunity to obtain the same or similar wildlife document, much the same as B above. The extent of the lost opportunity. Clearly, Mr. Heber lost his entire opportunity. And unfortunately, it was due to a terrible disease that's been around for far too long. And after turning in the tag, lost the remainder of his opportunity as he waited in good faith reliance on the state of Utah to grant a variance so that he could try again next year. E, the time actually engaged in the activity authorized by the wildlife document relative to the overall season length. Mr. Heber was here for an extremely short period of time and did not engage in that activity a single time. He saw that he couldn't do so in a safe manner. As even was discussed, even if you were to go on the Oak Creek, I'm from Delta. I'm right here next to, I'm at the mouth of the Oak Creek unit. I heard about how many guides were on that mountain. It was common knowledge that it was swarming with individuals looking for this buck. I couldn't have gone on that mountain without bumping into somebody. So we didn't go, and Mr. Heber didn't go, whether he was going there or any other public unit. The time available to engage in the activity authorized by the wildlife document prior to the event or condition precluding further activity. This is much more related to an illness, a death in the family, etc. COVID was here before, and it was here after Mr. Heber turned in his tag. The impact on wildlife management objectives. I hate to say this is just one deer because it wouldn't have been. It would have been a great deer. But it is one deer in the grand scheme of our wildlife management objectives. I think that we could say that that was not negatively impacted by this decision. H, the degree of difficulty in tracking and monitoring season extensions into the future, it's pretty simple. There's one of these tags. It's pretty easy to keep track of the one tag. I, the applicant's fault or contribution in failing to mitigate the degree of lost opportunity. He started the process early. He turned in his tag. If I'm not mistaken, he actually turned in his tag even before submitting the variance. I may be wrong, but it was within a short period of time. I guess if he'd have known that his tag wouldn't have been, a variance wouldn't have been requested, I guess he could have asked for it back and tried to cobble together a hunt at the end of the year, but he didn't. There was nothing more he could have done other than do exactly what he was told to do in working with the state of Utah. You can look at J, the nature of the event or condition contrasted against the advisability of attempting to ensure optimal opportunity. It's a very interesting rule. I'm not entirely sure that I even know what that means. But clearly the opportunity was lost because of the health concern that the state of Utah specifically included in its rule last year to make sure that this type of thing didn't happen. The objective of variance is to restore lost opportunity, not to provide increased opportunity. We're not asking for increased opportunity. If he'd been on the mountain, looked for the deer, couldn't find it, and just wanted to hunt 2 years, I'd be singing a different song. That's not what happened. He wants the opportunity to go look for this deer or a deer. And the consistency with previous variance request decisions. I don't know how many the variance committee actually looked at over COVID. I'm sure there were some. I don't know, but probably not enough to show whether it was consistent or not. At the end of the day, each of you on the board have a hard decision to make. But I believe that the facts were there. This was not gamesmanship. The rules are set in place, largely as I read them, to prevent against gamesmanship. That didn't happen. And the extent that Mr. Heber was here was only because he could personally mitigate his health risks. And the second he could no longer do that, he ended any pursuit, turned in his tag, submitted the variance, relied in good faith, didn't try to hunt the end of the year, didn't do anything else because he'd followed the rules. He'd done what had been asked of him. In a similar vein, Mr. Heber had a deer tag in California. He could not safely mitigate. COVID was worse in California than it was here. When he couldn't safely mitigate his risk, he turned his tag back into California, who immediately granted a variance. There was no dispute. There was no question. There was no concern. It was immediate because he couldn't personally guarantee his safety. So he didn't pursue it. If we look further down at the wildlife variance denial in 5713, none of those apply. The only argument that I guess it's been made thus far is that he's failed to satisfy the variance criteria, which we just walked through, and I can show that he met each and every one of those criteria. B through G do not apply. You can read them all yourself if you'd like to. He was fully legally eligible. He could have been here. He could have done all those things. none of those denials should be any basis used against Mr. Heber. Mr. Heber cares about Utah's wildlife. He wants to participate. He wants to further contribute. And he's simply asking that the board would consider this appeal. There was no gamesmanship. This was following the rules, following the playbook, and getting a result that didn't match what he did. And we'd simply ask the board that they would consider this appeal and that they would provide the variance so that Mr. Heber can come back this year and hunt in much safer circumstances. Now, as we see a decline of COVID, vaccinations available, and he can actually take advantage of the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Greg, this is Carl. Could you pull that back up? Mr. Steiler, what I'd like you to, maybe you know where this is in the rule, the definition of hunt activity, no more than one hunt day, or I just wanted to read that. Maybe Lindy can point it out to us.
It's located in definitions. Yep.
Give me just a chance to read that. Okay, thank you.
And I think, and I don't know that there was a question with that, but everyone's looked at it, and I can tell you that Mr. Heber did not set foot on the mountain. He didn't do it. It wasn't safe to do it, so he didn't.
Can I speak to that and a couple other points, or do you want me to wait?
Kip, or Mr. King, tell me when we got this tip and when we were investigating this. Do you have that information?
I don't know when the tip came in, but I received information to look into this on January 19th is when I was asked to look into it. And so I would assume that the tip probably came in that day or the day before. And then I began my investigation January 19th and spoke with Mr. Heber a couple weeks after that, probably, I think 3 weeks after that.
Can you define what the tip was?
This tip came in after the season.
Yes.
I believe so. Speaking towards Mr. Steiler's comment that Mr. Heber never set foot in the field and hunted, I believe that. What I'd like to make really clear is that Mr. Heber was in Holden, in and near the unit where this deer he was interested in was located, and he was in Holden with permit in hand, while at least 5 people that were hired by Kalen Lemon or Wade Lemon Hunting were out looking for the deer for Mr. Heber. While they were out there, it was common knowledge between the Wade Lemon Hunting guides and other guides that if they did not find that deer, that Mr. Heber would apply for a variance at that point and try and hunt next year. During that, I understand that there was a group text message that was sent out by Kalen Lemon telling the guides that if they didn't find the deer, that Mr. Heber would turn the tag in for a variance request. When I was visiting with Mr. Heber, several times, probably at least 50 or more, I asked why he came to Utah, and he absolutely refused to answer that particular question. I never got an answer from him as to why he came to Utah. And then the last point I'd like to make is that on the graph that Mr. Steiler showed, there were 3 specific spikes of when COVID was substantially high. The third spike being the highest. During that third spike is actually when Mr. Heber went to Mexico and hunted a deer in Mexico. So his doctor recommended that he not travel and not interact with other people due to COVID. He decided or chose to disregard that recommendation and travel to Utah I do know that he interacted with at least 11 people by having dinner with them at Wade Lemon's house on September 1st and September 2nd. These were guides that were out looking for the deer Mr. Heber was interested in. They never found the deer, but I do know that there was dinner at Mr. Lemon's house, and Mr. Heber was part of those dinners with 11 different people who were guides. And then finally, the tag was turned in exactly 3 weeks after they learned that the deer that everybody was interested in was no longer appealing because the tines and antlers were broken. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can, and I appreciate Mr. King's comments. Can I just explain a little bit on a couple of those items?
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
So just a couple of things. As far as the spikes on the graph, this was Utah specific. Obviously, Mr. Heber, what was going on in Mexico or otherwise was not happening in Utah. They're very different circumstances. This is just Utah's graph. This is not regional. This is not Mexico. I don't know the exact numbers for what was going on in Mexico. I'm sure it wasn't tracked nearly as well. But again, it was done in such a way that there would be absolutely minimal interaction with any human being. The one thing that I would say also to Mr. King on the turning back the tag may have been turned back after, but if you'll note from the phone calls from Mr. Lemon to Ms. Varney and the email from Ms. Varney, all of that had happened before the broken tines occurred. I'd not known that, so I appreciate knowing that, Mr. King. But if that came back in the middle or the end of October, the supposed prize buck that everyone was after, Mr. Lemon and Mr. Heber had already contacted the state of Utah and asked Ms. Varney, what do we do to turn back a tag, long before anyone ever heard that tines were broken. I don't think that's an accurate basis to say, well, they turned back the tag after they found out that the deer was no longer the deer that they once thought, because the contact with Ms. Varney was in the beginning of October, and her email with the procedure back to Mr. Lemon was on the 9th of October. Right. As far as any group text messages, I don't know. I haven't seen any of that, so I can't speak to it. I've never seen a copy of the report or any investigation, so I can't address any of those.
Mr. Chairman, Greg Hansen with the Utah AG's office. If I could take a second and just maybe clarify a few points in our administrative rule, I'd like to have that opportunity if that's okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, I'm going to present my screen. So confirming you can see that? Okay. So Mr. Styler's correct. This rule is somewhat complex, and there are a couple levels of review when the division receives a variance application. The first level of review is an internal committee called the Division Error Committee, where we review applications on these types of matters and other license-related errors, refunds, requests, things of that nature. The initial level of review that the division undertook looks both at the substantially precluded concept, and also how it ties in with what we call qualifying events or conditions. And so when you look at the definition of substantially precluded that I have highlighted here, it does reference a hunt day, but there is a causal connection. The inability to hunt must be because of a qualifying event or condition. Those are laid out in subsection 57-6. 57-6 are the list of qualifying events or conditions that Lindy explained, one of those being COVID. So at the initial level of review that the Error Committee undertakes, the applicant must show that their inability to use the permit and to hunt more than one day must be because of a qualifying event or condition, in this case, COVID. The division undertook that process denied the initial application, and now we're before the Wildlife Board. Mr. Styler is correct in that the elements that are applicable for review at the appeal level are these lists of guidelines that the board is supposed to consider. And Mr. Styler ran through his perspective on each one of those. If the division has any issues or wants to clarify their position on some of those, I feel they should be given the opportunity to. But lastly, there is a denial section that has not been brought up yet. And just to make clear to the board, there is some lingering level of review or analysis that the board could undertake if they so chose regarding applications to public policy, division management objectives, things of that nature. And so as the board discusses these, their decision in this matter, I think it is important that they address each of these guidelines as well as subsection 2 in our 657-57-13.
Thanks, Greg. Any more questions from the board? Anything else, Mr. Styler, you'd like to?
I again just want to reiterate my appreciation to the board and to the state to have this opportunity. This is a big deal. This is important. And I think that there are a lot of good policy reasons to grant this appeal. We certainly want to continue to support our conservation efforts in the state. And I just want to reiterate, this was not a gamesmanship. This was legitimately, there was concerns, and when it could not be done safely, the decisions were made that were made, and we did everything that we could to follow what was requested by the state. We didn't skip any steps. We did exactly as was told. We placed our faith and reliance on the state, and we'd ask the board to support a variance. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Chairman, can I ask a question?
Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Steiner, I guess I was trying to kind of put myself in Mr. Heber's place and going to Mr. Lemon's house, staying there. But something, I guess what I'm hearing is something while he was there triggered him to say, this is not safe, I better go back to California. You kind of showed us this graph that showed that our peaks was high and it was scary. Did he feel it was safer in California, or was he feeling that that it just wasn't safe to be in that part of Utah at the time? I was just trying to understand why he felt it was unsafe. Last year we saw the greatest amount of people buying tags to get out that we've ever had, and I'm hearing kind of saying that he felt it wasn't safe to be out in the open, maybe where there's more guides and outfitters hanging around. Is that kind of what his thought was?
Randy, it's a wonderful question, and all of us, we all lived through it. We all had cabin fever. I don't think there's any one of us on here that didn't want to get out into the outdoors. And I can't speak for Mr. Heber, but I anticipate that there was some of that. As if there's a way to fulfill this tag, obviously it's a great tag, wants to get out and fulfill it. Comes to the state to see if there's an opportunity to do so safely. And I think, Randy, your point is very well taken. We did sell more tags. Our state parks were closed. We went to Zion National Park last fall, my wife and I. We got there at 7 and we needed to be there by 6 to get in. There were more people in our mountains and our public lands last year than I think we've ever had. And so while I can't speak for Mr. Heber, I certainly would think that that's something that he was probably considering, and flies home and stays home, because California might not have been much safer, but Mr. Heber's home would have been safer than where he was.
Thank you.
Mr. Steiner, this is Carl. Do you know by chance what kind of weapon Mr. Heber was going to use on this hunt?
I'm sorry. I would anticipate that, like as Mr. King has mentioned on the time periods, I would assume it would have been a rifle, but I don't know.
Do you know if he brought a rifle with him from California?
I would anticipate that he would have.
Sorry, you broke up, Mr. Steiner.
I'm sorry. I anticipate that he would have.
That he did bring a weapon with him from California.
I'd assume if he was going to come and see if there was any possibility of coming, he would have brought everything he needed.
Thank you. That's a very truthful answer. Thank you.
Steve, can you explain the California tag that was turned back into, how that is similar to this tag we're talking about?
So, and I don't have the exact details, but it was a similar type of a statewide tag. Same exact, in many instances, as I understand it, he went to the wildlife board or division and said, look, with the spike in cases, I don't feel safe doing it. Turned in the tag. I don't know the time period, but I know that it was extremely short. And they responded and said, no big deal, no problem. Try it again next year. We rarely see that. I have the good fortune of working with some companies in California. We rarely see a government agency in California that's that helpful. But this year they were very helpful to Mr. Heber and said, no big deal, try it again next year.
Last year was a different world because of COVID. You know, a lot of changes. The board, we passed a rule, you know, hunters in Utah that drew tags, we allowed them to turn them back in and they would, you know, get another tag this year because of COVID-19. So, you know, COVID was a major factor in everybody's lifetime decisions last year, and it still is.
Correct.
We're still living under that, so.
Lindy, this is Carl. The question was posed, did we have other tags turned in for COVID? And what did we do with them? And how would we handle that if it was mid-season? I mean, obviously the season's shorter, but mid-season similar to this situation.
So Carl, we had, I don't have the top of my head, but probably a dozen or so turned in due to COVID. And some were turned in beforehand, before the season started. And we, depending on the type, we would either give them back their bonus points if it was a draw permit. Some conservation permits were turned back in due to COVID, and we extended it to the next year, but it was turned in prior the season. The ones that were turned in during the season date, we had them give us a notarized statement saying they did not come to Utah and they did not hunt on their permit. And we did the exact same thing for Mr. Heber. And he did provide us a statement saying that he did not hunt on his Utah permit. And that's when that was in January when he provided that for us. And that's when we got the tip, and that's why it got turned over to law enforcement. So it was when we found out that he actually came to Utah. The other ones signed a notarized statement saying they did not come to Utah at all.
Okay, so let me make sure I heard that right. We have a different statement that says he did not come to Utah, and then we have a statement that says he came to Utah for a few days.
Well, I have a statement that he did not hunt on his Utah permit. A notarized statement.
Okay, so it's the same statement, just came to Utah but did not hunt in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I add one more point to that? When I visited with Mr. Heber over the phone, one of the first questions I asked him was if he came to Utah. He immediately said that he did not. And then later in our conversation, when he realized that I knew that he had, that's when he admitted that he did come to Utah.
I think the fact is that, he didn't hunt one day in the state of Utah. And I don't know what that tag sold for a year ago. But it's a lot of money that goes to the state of Utah to help our wildlife conservation. And I think Mr. Styler has pointed out very well, what transpired, based on that. We all had different expectations of what we could or couldn't do with COVID last year and still this year.
I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Styler. He was here the 1st of September. And it looks like he was able to return the tag on November 3rd. I'm just curious for that amount of time to pass in between, what the thinking was there, and if he was nervous that if he waited that time, if he would not get reinstated.
Yeah, so Kevin, wonderful question, Mr. Chair, if I can answer. So here, beginning of September, I don't know, and I don't think even Ms. Varney, if you remember, I don't know the exact dates when Mr. Lemon, I know that there were some phone calls to call and find out what to do. The only date that I can show is that we received the email from Ms. Varney in October, and then she advised to turn the tag in. And Mr. Heber, in good faith, said, I'm not coming. There's COVID, here it is, and turned it over. And I don't know, Mr. King or Ms. Varney, if you can add, I believe the tag was received before the variance application. Is that correct? I think, Mr. King, you might have said it was in October. The variance request came shortly thereafter in November.
So they were pretty close to each other when I received the application and the permit. The application came through via email. The permit had to come in the mail. One thing that was attached to it was we have to require a doctor's statement for COVID related cases. And that is one reason why the application took a while. It's just because I contacted Mr. Heber and said, I don't have a doctor's statement, so I can't do anything with your application until I receive the doctor's statement. And he provided that for me a couple weeks later.
I've got the dates on that.
Yeah.
So
October 20th?
No, well, October 20th is when the doctor's note came in, but November 3rd is when Mr. Heber submits the variance request. January 19th is when he provides the notarized statement that he did not hunt. But in October was when the doctor's note arrived, stating that the doctor recommends that he not travel.
And I believe the tag was sometime in October before the variance application. Just to answer your question, Mr. Albrecht, he tried to do whatever he could in good faith and get it in. He could have come back in November and taken his chances.
I do have in my notes here that Mr. Kalen Lemon, Mr. Wade Lemon, and Mr. Clint Heber all contacted Lindy during the month of August asking about a variance.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. King, I would also like to ask, you talked about a text that was received from Kalen Lemon that suggested that if they did not find the buck, that a variance could be requested. What was those dates? And do you have that text, or is it just that you heard of that text?
I just heard of the text. I talked to a couple different guides, well, actually 8 different guides, 5 of which were employed by Wade Lemon Hunting Outfitters. A few of the people that I talked to about that text message looked through their phones and couldn't find it, but said that there was a group text message that was sent to everybody about if they were unable to find the deer that Mr. Heber would turn in the tag and apply for a variance. That was the conversation that was pretty common between all the guides, whether they were working for Wade Lemon Hunting or whether they were out on their own or working for somebody else. It was pretty common knowledge with most, if not all, of the guides that were out there that if that deer was not located, that Mr. Heber would submit a request for variance. That wasn't a secret. Everybody knew it. And I would suspect that somebody that was out there guiding or looking for that animal was the informant and started this investigation.
And if I may, Mr. Albrecht, just to follow on with Mr. King, what was said by the guides? I just want to be very clear. What was said by the guides wasn't said or done by Mr. So that may have been their perception. That might have been what their intent was. That might have been what they thought would happen. But we can't, because granting that is true, even if I don't know if it is or not, but if the guides were saying it, that can't be held against Mr. Hebert. He wasn't the one saying that or doing that. Sometimes we feel like because the guide said it, it must be what Mr. Hebert was thinking. I don't think we can take that.
One comment that one of the guides made, and it kind of goes right in line with what you're saying, Mr. Styler, but one comment that actually two of the guides that worked for Wade Lemon Hunting said was that they were looking for the deer that Mr. Hebert was interested in, the big one on the Oak Creek unit. And if they found the deer, that they were to let Kalen Lemon know that they found the deer, who would then notify Mr. Hebert that the deer was located. And at that point, Mr. Hebert would decide whether or not he would enter the field and pursue and harvest that animal.
I've got one more question for Lindy. So if the public have the tag during the time frame that the hunt has started, I was always under the impression that once a hunt had started, it was too late to turn the tag back. And we have read the variances here. I'm just wondering if you can talk about the differences in this application and when we see it from the public.
Yes, statute says if you're ill or injured, you can surrender your permit before the season ends. So as long as the permit is surrendered before the season ends, we help the public out, and they have to provide a notarized statement saying that they were precluded from their hunt, or they didn't hunt more than one day. The rule, that the definition that we shown earlier, they sign a notarized statement, and then most of the time we'll reinstate their bonus points. But we do look into it and make sure that they have the proper documentation. They have the notarized statement signed and the medical paperwork indicating that. But it's a statute. Now, when it comes to a variance, as long as they have it in before the season ends, we can do the exact same thing. With this particular permit, the season goes till January 15th of 2021. So it's 6 months season. Usually they're only a 9-day season. So this one does have a little bit longer to submit a variance request.
And to follow on, Lindy, if I'm not mistaken, we had up to 120 days after. So we could literally just be submitting a variance request today and still be meeting the requirements under the rule. We didn't do that. We started in October and November to get it taken care of.
Correct.
Mr. Steiner, this is Carl. Help me work through this. We pick the tag up, or the tag is picked up for him the day before the season opens. On opening day, Mr. Hebert is in the state of Utah, near a unit where everybody in the state knew there was a big deer, with his hunting gear, with his hunting guide. He had people looking for the deer on the mountain. Tell me how this isn't hunting.
So, wonderful question. So Mr. Hebert, again, not the first day of the rifle. Obviously the hunt would have started before.
Yeah. Well, the day after he got the tag, he was there.
Yeah, shortly thereafter, and I don't know the exact number of days. So Mr. Hebert is in Holden. I think more than anything, Mr. Hebert has folks, and I don't know how many people were out looking for this deer. What I do know, and literally I know this by common knowledge, just because I have a home here in Delta and I hear what's happening on Oak Creek. I hear that the mountain is swarming with people, like swarming with people up looking for something. I see friends on Facebook posting deer that they're looking in the Oak City Mountain. I think more than anything, Carl, I believe if there were people up there, it's trying to surveil, what does the landscape look like? Are we walking into a spot that's safe or unsafe? As much as are we finding a deer or not finding a deer? So that Mr. Heber can make an informed decision. Do I feel, can I go, or should I not? He doesn't set foot on the mountain. He doesn't take a gun, doesn't leave the house to go up and with a spotting scope, nothing, and says, this isn't gonna work, and leaves. Long before anyone can't find a deer. Long before anybody finds out that it may have broken some time. He does not try to get up there in an unsafe situation. He leaves and says, let's rely upon the state of Utah. We'll try it again next year without the fear that or without the circumstances that he was operating.
But couldn't he done all that from California?
He could have, yeah, he absolutely could have. But I'll give you the counter. Let's say he sends a guides up there, and they say, you know what? No one else is up here looking for any animal. They've all gone to the Henrys, or they've all gone to some other primo unit. Well, then he could have safely pursued an animal without the risk of that. He could have then gone and chartered a plane and hoped that in that window of time that the circumstances would have stayed the same. There's risk, there's timing, there's lag, there's delay. All of those things were risks that he would have had to take. Or he could come and isolate in a narrow window. I know nothing about a dinner. If there was a dinner, I'm sure it wasn't Mr. Hebert calling everyone saying, why don't you come over during COVID and let's have dinner. But it would have rendered it very difficult to do that from California.
But the difficult part would be killing the deer, which is hunting. So that's my struggle, Mr. Styler. I'll be really upfront. All of this could have happened with him in California, and he chartered the plane. The only difficulty was pulling the trigger because he was from California, and so that's the battle I'm having inside my head. Is I wish that he hadn't come to Utah and had done exactly what he did in Utah in California. I that's the struggle I'm having.
And the only I guess comfort that I can offer you, again, I've talked about gamesmanship. This was not a let's come to Utah and be there, just in case. It was come, if there's an opportunity to do it safely, then we'll go. That couldn't happen, and he left. He could have waited there for a month, and he could have done it. He didn't set foot on the mountain. It wasn't safe for him to do so, and he followed the procedure. I mean, that was his personal concern. I kind of wish the rule would say, what does hunting count as? If you're in the state of Utah, does that count as hunting? It doesn't say that. What the rule says is if you have a personal health concern due to COVID, that is an exception allowable for a variance. And he had that. I can tell you he had that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Greg Hansen with the AG's office. Could I take a second, please?
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, I'm going to present my screen and we'll present a section of the rule to maybe put some context to this. Confirming you can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So back to our definition section in the variance rule. The being substantially precluded from using your permit has a definition, meaning participating in no more than one hunt day. It seems to me that it's not contested that Mr. Heber went into the field. I think both sides appear to be accepting that fact. That hunt day here is also defined in the rule, which means going afield. And so our rule does in a way define what's considered hunting. Now, that's not, that doesn't preclude the board from making a decision today that would be denying the variance appeal, in large part because our rule also preserves a large section of considering sound public policy. And I think that's really where this discussion is today, is does the board feel comfortable awarding a variance to an applicant who, by his own admission, has traveled to Utah during the season with a redeemed permit and hunting gear in hand. This is one portion the board must consider under number 2, along with, again, the set of guidelines that are placed in rule that Mr. Styler and the division have run through. And I would encourage the board to talk through, or at least think about, each one of these elements, because I think many of them do apply. And Mr. Styler's pointed out one perspective on how those elements should apply. I think the division has 2, and maybe could add some more to that discussion. But the rule does define what's considered being substantially precluded. It does have a hunt day definition, but I don't think that's the only topic for discussion today, whether Mr. Heber went afield or not. There's more to it.
Can I add one more point to what Mr. Hanson said about there's a little more to it? I've tried to keep my comments related directly to the facts of the case and whether or not they were relevant. This may muddy the waters or it may clear some things up, but thought I might share this when Mr. Hurst was making his comments that on August 31st and again on September 1st, Mr. Kalen Lemon contacted Mr. Grimes, who was the other permittee for the statewide permit, and offered him $5,000 to not hunt that deer, for whatever that's worth.
Can you state who that is?
Who what is? Sorry.
The person they offered to not hunt the.
So Mr. Kalen Lemon, the guide for Mr. Heber, called Austin Grimes, who was the other permittee that had the statewide permit, offered Austin Grimes $5,000 to not hunt that deer. I'd like to make it really clear that Mr. Grimes did not accept that offer, but it was offered to him twice, on August 31st and again on September 1st.
And Mr. Chairman, I've never heard that. None of those people are here to verify that. That is the hearsayest of hearsay. I'm sorry, but that I've never once heard that. And how is it relevant? That's frustrating.
Well, I think that's a good point, Mr. Styler. That's not relevant. I don't think, just my personal opinion, because it is hearsay. It had nothing to do with the decision of Mr. Heber as to whether he's going to hunt or not. I mean, I've been in this business for a lot of years, and on these tags, these conservation permit tags are worth a lot of money. There's a lot of deals that go down on a lot of them with, the number of guides and people out there looking nowadays. It's changed over the years. It's a major business for a lot of people in the state of Utah on these once in a lifetime hunts to have the money to pay what Mr. Heber paid for that tag and the opportunity. And I don't think I think we did have a clear definition of hunting in the rule, one day, which didn't happen.
Byron, we also just today in our meeting had public review about these tags of, the rich being able to buy themselves to the front of the line, being treated differently. We represent 1 million sportsmen that can't afford to do this, that don't have that money. So I believe just as I'm not sure that the last comment is relevant, the price of this tag to me isn't relevant either, because I want to afford the same guy with a $50 tag the exact same opportunity as somebody who paid this. And so this is going to be a hard call on this tag.
Well, I agree with you on that, Carl, exactly what you said. But, this marketing has changed over the years. And it's got to be, I don't want to say it's, because it is such a benefit to the state of Utah and the wildlife of Utah, these conservation tags that go for that do a lot of good.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, Carl, I agree. I'm a sportsman. I agree with the concept. The only reason why it's relevant is because the state rule says that it's relevant. This is not This is not up to protect, but when we look at the factors that Mr. Hansen put up, that is actually the first factor. How much money was spent for the tag? This is not about putting anybody over anybody, but the rule specifically says to the Wildlife Board, these are the factors. The very first one is, what is the cost of the tag? Otherwise, I agree with you. Why are we even talking about it? Why do we care? Only because the rule says that is a factor to be considered. And how much, I think it goes to the opportunity that's actually lost.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to do my very best to take the dollar of this out of my head. Because I just think it's fair that we have to be fair, everybody, and treat everyone as consistently as we possibly can, regardless of their price of the tag they've got in the pocket.
Hey, Greg, I've got a question for you. Investigator King had mentioned that at one time there was 8 to 11 guides in the field during the time that Mr. Heber was in Holden. Does that not count towards hunting days per this rule? If you've got guys out looking for you, is that not considered? If you're not personally in the field, are those not hunt days?
A very good question, Mr. Albrecht. The rule does not discuss or anticipate the use of guides kind of as proxy hunters. It's silent on that. It is specific in every other regard to the actual permit holder. And so my initial interpretation is that the main focus of the rule is on actions of the actual hunter and the hunter themselves going afield, but it is an ambiguity in our rule that may be something we want to look at in the future. Again, I don't believe that substantially precluded definition and the definition of hunt day are the end all on the board's analysis of this issue. It is a list of guidelines that are in R657 57-12 and the remnant public policy concerns that surround approving a variance of this nature. To clarify Mr. Hurst's point about how, and Mr. Styler's point about how those various elements are weighted, or whether you must consider all of them, that the rule does have some discretion in it. It says the board may use the following guidelines. The order in which they're listed in the rule doesn't indicate any matter of precedence or weight for each element. And there's also another clause in the rule that allows the board to consider other types of additional factors in their discussions and deliberations. So it's more of an example list than an end all. So to the extent that helps the board in their deliberation.
And Mr. Albrecht, just to follow on with what you mentioned, the 11 to 12 guides, those were with another outfitter. Those were, I don't know how many for with the Lemon Group or anyone else is out there. But when we talk about 9 to 12 guides, that was with the other permittee. I think that's what I mentioned before.
So can you clarify that? Which permittee would that be?
That was with Mr. Grimes, I believe. Mr. King, is that who you referenced? I don't know the individual.
Yes, so I visited with 8 different guides. 5 of those guides were employed by Wade Lemon Hunting and looking for the deer that Mr. Heber was interested in. The other 3 guides were just people out there looking for deer or helping Mr. Grimes locate that same deer.
And I have heard numbers that with the other permittee, Mr. Grimes, I've heard that number was somewhere between 10 and 20. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't count everyone. I do not know.
I wasn't there either. When I visited with Mr. Heber, he said that he thought there was probably 30 or more people out on the mountain looking for this deer. Clearly, there were a lot of people looking for the deer.
Mr. Chair, I guess here I'm trying to put myself in a position like that again, but I guess I'm looking at, I've got 4 sons, and if they pull their trailers up on the mountain, and I leave my house and I go to the mountain and I stay in one of their trailers, and they're out scouting. I guess if I get a phone call from anybody and they say, "What are you up to?" and I'm going to say, "I'm up at hunt camp waiting for my sons to find something for me to kill." And I guess that, and I guess my question for maybe Mr. King is I don't know much about Wade Lemon Humming, but is Kalen's house, is it normally, do they usually hunt out of that, or has he got another camp somewhere that they usually go to hunt out of? Do you know?
I don't know the specifics on how they operate their hunting business and where people stay, but I do know that it is common for some of their clients to come and stay at their houses in Holden. This permit, they can hunt anywhere in the state, and I think that's probably what Mr. Heber was concerned with. If he didn't have an opportunity to kill the deer that they were interested in, he would need to continue to hunt other places in the state, and he was worried about staying in hotels and eating at restaurants in other places. But during the first 3 days of this hunt, he was in the area, had permit in hand. People were out in the field looking for the deer while he was at Kalen Lemon's house, waiting to hear from the guides.
And Mr. Dorth, just think through this. I mean, what I would ask the board is think through this. Is if, let's say, in fact, they were all looking for this one deer on the Oak Creek unit. Mr. Heber was there for roughly 3 days. Clearly, no one had killed that deer. They could have gone and pursued it, and he made that election not to. It wasn't that someone had already killed the deer. I think that would have honestly changed a lot of things. If that's truly everyone wanted that deer and that first group had killed that deer, then the hunt's over. But there was still ample opportunity to go after it if, in fact, that's why he was in Holden. But he didn't do it. He took off, he went home, and he sent his tag back. But he still had ample opportunity to come back. He made the decision that he wasn't going to. And he submitted and he followed every rule that was put upon him.
One more question, Mr. King. What was the last date that any scouts saw this deer? Didn't you say they saw it sometime in August and then didn't see it again until like October 11th?
Yeah, I don't have a date of when the deer disappeared. I don't think anybody knows that, but everybody's telling me about a month before the rifle hunt started. So a month before September 1st, nobody had seen that deer. So roughly all of August, nobody knew where the deer went. And then October 12th was when the deer was captured on a trail camera with all his tines intact. October 13th, the next day, was when the deer shows up again. And I don't know if it was on a trail camera or somebody saw it, but that's when everybody noted that the deer's antlers were broken and nobody wanted to hunt it after that, October 13th.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Wade Heaton, I'm curious. You've been in this business for a long time and had hunters come in. I'm just curious to kind of where you're thinking and just your thoughts of analyzing this.
So I've been trying to decide whether to weigh in. I have been in this position before. I've guided governor's tags, and I certainly don't know how the Lemons run their operation, so I'm not even going to speak to that. But I know, generally speaking, governor's tags it's a special item. It's a long haul issue. You're looking for the very top, the 1 or 2 or 3 deer throughout the state. It's not an issue of just we're going to go out and hunt and see what comes up. Oftentimes there are 6, 8, 10, 12 guides that have been hired to scour the state. They don't start, the 31st of August. They start the 20th of July, and they scour the state. They run trail cameras. I mean, there are tens of thousands of dollars. I know cases where almost $100,000 were expended in guide fees on just to guide these types of tags. So it's an in-depth process. A lot of legwork goes into it. I think Greg brought up the issue is, what is our definition? Whether we have one in state statute or whether the board has to pull one out of the hat today, what is our definition of hunting? because I know I've guided some of these guys who sat home in California, and I emailed clips of video of deer to them. They never even came to Utah, but I was, there were a lot of us out there, and we sure felt like we were hunting. We were looking for the right one. So really, to me, that's what the definition, or that's what's at play here, is the definition of hunting. Does the permit holder actually have to be out there getting his boots dusty, or can a guide be doing it for him, and is that considered hunting?
I guess I would ask you that question from your experience. If you take Mr. Heber out of it, but put the exact scenario, you have a client, all of your guides are out looking. Your client comes to your place, stays here, stays 3 days at your cabins. In your mind, what was he?
Of course, you're going to ask me that one, Kevin. No, I mean, it's a slippery slope, and I certainly respect other differences of opinion on this matter. But my experience has been that the guides do the vast majority of the hunting on hunts like this. I would dare suggest 60, 70, 80% of the hunting is done by guides. The hunters write a big check and fly in on their jet and kill a deer. But it's not in the statute either, unless Greg can shed some more light on that.
Thanks.
And again, board members, I'd point you to our definitions in the variance rule as to what is considered being substantially precluded from using your permit and what's considered a hunt day. But again, I think that's only half of the question, because I don't think there's any disputed fact as to whether Mr. Heber went afield or not. And that's what the definition of a hunt day is. But I think I will point the board back to the elements in our 657-57-12 and some of the public policy considerations that surround approving a variance of this nature. We have a rule that defines what qualifying events or conditions qualify for a variance, and you have a very difficult scenario or set of facts in front of you as to whether that was what the intent of the rule was supposed to be or not. So, Mr. Albrecht, I don't know if I answered your question, and I can definitely share my screen and show definitions from the rule. But again, I will point you back to those criteria in rule that the board's supposed to consider, and your public policy considerations as far as approving a variance of this nature.
Greg, I think that'd be important. I think that's where this all comes down to, is that variance, not only the way it's written, the intent of it, and we also need to look at it, like you mentioned, do we have it written right for future dates?
So here are your criteria, and items A through L. You do have flexibility to consider other criteria also, and you can weight them and consider them, at your discretion. It's a very discretionary section of rule. You also have the ability to discuss whether this is consistent with sound public policy, division policies and interests, and kind of the purpose behind why we issue variances to begin with. And I think that those are good items for the board to discuss. You've done a lot of work thus far, but I would just urge the board to not get hung up on the hunt day stuff, and whether, I think whether the hunter went afield is relevant, but I don't think it's the only relevant point for the board to consider.
Lindy, this is Carl. Have we sold this tag again? So if we extend this, we've just compounded our competition for this deer if it's still around?
Yes, Carl, you're correct. It has been sold. So if this is approved, we'll have 3 statewide permit holders for 2021.
Well, the sportsman and two high bids.
Yep, correct.
But the fact is, nobody hunted it last year with that permit. So this situation happens in other cases too, like that with different, species.
Well, Byron, it got hunted. I mean, it got hunted by the other guy. That deer got hunted.
Mm-hmm. That's not relevant to this, what we're talking about, though.
No, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, this is a tough one. But, I say it again, COVID was a big factor for everybody's life last year, is what decision you made, where you felt safe and where you didn't feel safe.
Byron, this is Donnie. I've been listening and changed my mind several times, but all this stuff we've been talking about, things that maybe happened, could have happened, but the bottom line is he did come to hunt. He did not he did not go hunting, and you got COVID right in the middle of it. And he stayed there for 3 days and decided to go home. Whether it was COVID or he broke his leg, Mr. Heber made that decision to go home, and he never came back. So Lindy, if I had a limited entry tag and I hunted a couple of days and broke my leg, what would you tell me?
I feel so sorry, and I'm glad that it's just a broken leg, but you wasted your points, and I can't give them back to you because it would have been denied.
But I did hunt.
You did hunt.
I did take my gun and I put it over my shoulder and I went into the hills.
Correct. And I tell that to a dozen or more people a year. They're tough conversations, but we do deny people that have been in the field more than one day, multiple times a year.
Sure. But we can't prove that Mr. Heber put that gun over his shoulder and went hunting. That's where I'm at right now.
Well, I think Greg has laid it out for us. There are two decisions you have to make. Did he hunt? And if he did hunt, then you have to make a decision on public policy. Is the price of this tag worth extending another opportunity with what we as a state do with that money? So I think there's two factors. If you decide he didn't hunt, then it's easy. If you decide he did hunt, you have a policy decision to make.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in?
Go ahead, Wade.
The two things that are probably the most troubling to me, or the things that are causing me the most pause, are if this was a COVID-related choice, why did we go to Mexico? And the second thing is just the misrepresentation. When Mr. King contacted him, he originally said, I did not go to Utah, and then changed his story. I just, if the heart of the matter here is COVID, then I could buy into this if Mr. Heber just went and locked himself in his home and wouldn't let anybody visit for the 4 months after that. But I would dare say that probably didn't happen.
Brett, you had your camera on. I was interested if you had some comments.
Yeah, I'm thinking, this is pretty complicated to me, and I try to simplify it in my mind. Try to put myself in there. I'm sure this gentleman spent a lot of money on a tag, a lot of money to him, a lot of money to all of us, and we've all spent a lot of money on a tag. Maybe my money was way less, but in percentage, maybe it was the same. A percentage to me might have been less money. So I have to throw the money thing out. The money thing, that doesn't matter to me. if I missed my chance to go hunting for whatever reason, I missed my chance. Whether a family member died or I broke my leg or I was scared of COVID or whatever, I missed my chance. I wish these variances only applied to military people. That's what I wish, but it doesn't, and the rules are there. But in my opinion, if we're going to go hunting, we're going to go hunting, and if we're not, then you passed it up. It's simple. Make it simple. That's where I'm at. And I'm like Donnie, I've been back and forth here. I've gone both ways for over an hour. So that's where I'm at right now.
Mr. Chair, can I just really briefly jump in? Mr. Summit, it's a great point that you make. The only real factor that I have to offer you is if the rules didn't exist that allowed this to, Mr. Heber would have found some other way to gut it out. He'd have found another unit without a soul on it, and he'd have gone and found whatever he had to do. But he didn't. The rules were there. We contacted the state and say, what do we do? What do we do to come back? Is there an opportunity? The answer is yes. And you have to do the following things, whether the rules are perfect or what we wish they were or what they are, that's what we live with. And so Mr. Heber simply abided by the rules, followed them to the letter, submitted back the tag, and said, because the rules exist to allow me to do this, and because of the rules that were adopted to take care of this specific circumstance during COVID. And as Mr. Heaton mentioned, I understand Mexico, if he couldn't have minimized his health risk, he wouldn't have gone. This was you don't see anyone essentially on the trip. It was what he figured, again, as the rule provides, if he had a personal belief that his health would not be jeopardized, he could do what he did. And he did that and followed the rule. And again, you do have a hard decision, but he did everything that the state of Utah asked him to do. And he put his reliance on the rules and the state to back him up. He could have come back. He didn't because he relied on the rules.
Hey, Greg, I've got a question. I know just because we're here, the way you read the rule, but there's probably two people in this meeting that are qualified to understand these rules, and you've got a bunch of ranchers and cowboys trying to help us through it. But I would just ask you, in your full understanding of the way the variance of this rule reads, that it supports this decision to not allow this variance request.
So, Mr. Albrecht, you are correct. The board does have the decision to approve, modify, or reject the variance application. After weighing those factors that are in our 657-57-12 and doing those additional considerations of public policy, wildlife management objectives, division policies and interests, and the interests sought to be served by having this variance concept put in place to begin with. So the board does have the ability to approve, reject, or modify the variance application.
The board have any other questions, comments? The end of the day, we've got to come up with a decision, one way or the other. And this is a tough one. But I think that the hunt day has to have a lot of weight behind it in the rule.
Mr. Chair, I guess at the end of the day, I'm hanging my hat on COVID-19 because I believe that's what Mr. Heber's hanging his hat on. And if he wouldn't have traveled out of the country to do another hunt, I would feel much better about hanging my hat solely on that. But right now, I'm feeling that that maybe COVID isn't the real reason. The real reason is the deer he wanted to give another year's growth because he knew it hadn't been killed and wanted to try again. So I guess I'm kind of in the camp of supporting the denial of the request.
But Randy, one thing is he didn't hunt in his home state of California because of COVID. And as Mr. Styler pointed out, he was in a very small group of people in Mexico that, on some of these hunts where you go out of the country, you're dealing with just a small number of people.
Was that a motion, Randy?
Let me ask Greg this question. Greg, I've been trying to formulate a motion here. How would you recommend we formulate this? I mean, if the bottom line is that at some point we're all going to have to put our name behind one position in this, and it's not going to be very easy. But what I'd like to formulate is a motion that will deny the variance. And then we can vote however we want to do that. Is that the way to word that? What I want is I'm saying this very badly. I'll make it easy. Not to give Mr. Heber a tag next year. How do I word that?
Well, I'm not going to make your motion for you, but if your motion is to deny the variance application, that would have the effect of not providing a season extension into the next year. If your motion is to approve the variance application, he would receive a season extension into the subsequent year. So I'm not going to make your motion for you, but
I get it. No, and I'm not thrilled to be the one making this motion, but at some point we're going to have to. So I'm going to make the motion that we deny the variance application of Mr. Heber. I'll see if I get a second, and we'll go from there.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
That's Brett. We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht.
So the motion and second is to deny, and so I would vote with that with a yes.
Randy Dirth.
Yes.
Donnie Hunter. You're on mute, Donnie. I don't know if you can.
No.
No? Carl?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 for the denial. Our next item agenda is item 14, Eric Richens stipulation. Greg Hansen, you ready to start?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I also have with me Mr. Aaron Owens, who is Mr. Eric Richens' counsel, who's available to answer any questions, but I'll provide a real brief summary and overview of this proposed stipulation. This matter comes to the board as an appeal of a hunting license suspension that arose out of a 2016 hunt by Mr. Eric Richens, where the division alleges that he took a 6x6 bull elk without the proper permit. He was cited and eventually was charged and found guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. He went through our informal hearing process wherein he received an 8-year suspension of his hunting privileges. Mr. Richens timely appealed that decision, and in negotiations between Mr. Owens, myself, and Division Law Enforcement, we believe we've reached a compromise with a modified suspension period of 4 years, 8 months, and 27 days, which would end his suspension period on March 1st of 2024. The proposed stipulation that was in your board packet is actually one that we initially presented to you guys about this time last year. We decided to put that proposal on hold as some out-of-state issues were resolved. During our initial presentation last year, board members correctly identified a couple small typos that Mr. Owens and I have cured, and I now in my hand have a signed stipulation with correct initial suspension dates that's been signed by Mr. Owens, his client, and our division law enforcement chief. With the board's approval of this stipulation, I will also execute the stipulation and get it to the board chairman for your signature. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. I believe also Mr. Owens would if there are any questions directed to him, but with that, I would submit it for your consideration.
Thanks, Greg. Any questions from the board for Greg?
So Greg, basically, this is Carl. We just cleaned up what we were looking at before with same date, same start, same everything.
Yes, the one typo we had in our original stipulation was actually for the original informal hearing officer's suspension dates. Did not have any impact on the compromised suspension period that Mr. Owens and I have reached. So we're sticking with that original compromised suspension period.
Thank you.
What does the board want to do? Just
So Greg, would this make it so the applicant couldn't apply through the 2024 application dates?
Yes, he would regain his big game hunting privileges on March 1st, 2024.
Okay, just after those deadlines.
Yep. Up to that point, he is ineligible to obtain a big game hunting license or permit.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for a motion?
Go ahead, Wade.
I move that we approve the stipulation for Eric Richens as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Randy?
Yep, Randy seconds it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Kevin Albrecht?
Yes.
Randy Dirth?
Yes.
Donnie Hunter?
Yes.
Carl Hurst?
Yes.
Wade Heaton?
Yes.
Brett Selman?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. And that completes our agenda, except for if there's any other business that the board wants to take up at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Yes. Second.
I think that's unanimous. Want to thank everybody for staying so long and your comments and just everything you do for the state of Utah. So we'll do a quick vote. Carl?
Yes.
Start with you. Kevin?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Donnie?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Director, is there something else you wanted to say, or Rory?
No, I appreciate the board's work today. There was this meeting has gone actually fairly well considering the agenda that we had with Bucks Bulls, once in a lifetime antlerless, and with the stipulations. So congratulations to the board. It's been a day well spent. Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you, and thank all the division employees for all their input and all the work they do throughout the year for us. So this meeting's officially adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.